What up, goblins? Alright, guys. So, new player tournament should be kicking off imminently. I am also signing up for this other tournament that's going to be going on. Stick around there. Okay. I'm playing the bottom of the barrel tournament. We'll see how that goes. I'm going to play Corn because, of course, they're not banned. There's a bunch of other factions that are... Really? Beastman? I mean, Beastman makes sense. Skaven and Kislev are a little surprising to see being banned out here. That's interesting. What is the win rate for these factions? Wow, okay. Dang. Guess people are gonna be playing them to figure, I guess to figure out how good these factions are. Slash only having a 50% win rate, I think, is a little bit strange. I'm a little surprised at that, to be honest. Nurgle's got a 61% win rate? What the hell? How was the Empire banned at 46%? It's bizarre. Anyways. Will you do a video on the new patch, or did you? I haven't done a new video, but that actually is a really good idea. I played in the tournament the other day, just to start getting a little bit of experience under my belt with some of the changes. Nurgle feels like they went from kind of a bottom tier basement dweller faction to suddenly being kind of competitive. They got a lot of really good stuff in the patch. I mean, got some huge buffs to a bunch of different characters. Specifically, some of their non-legendary lords got some really good stuff. It's going to be really interesting to see if Nurgle's going to be able to keep up the momentum. And like moving forward, if they're going to be kind of like a top tier that needs to be truly feared and respected in more matchups than not. It's very possible. I mean, Nurgle's always been a faction that's just been a little bit lacking. They've never really been bad. They've just always been at a slight natural disadvantage. Just because of what domination, like, really, favors in terms of battlefield control, which is mobility. Nurgle has good mobility, but they have a hard time supporting that mobility with their infantry because of how slow all of their troops are. On top of that, they didn't really have, like, any snares. Some of their, like, non-legendary lord characters outside of the Chaos Lord of Nurgle were just kind of bad. Like the Herald and Epidemius, but they all got buffs, and some of the buffs are pretty substantial. You think Dreadmaw Chimera can be unbanned? I don't know about those. I literally haven't seen a single game play with a Chimera or Dreadmaw still, so jury's out on that. I saw that the breath attack got nerfed again, I presume. I don't know, man. I think the bigger problem with Chimeras is the fact that they've got immune to flanking for a monster that's actually fairly beefy. I mean, it's got a decent amount of HP. It's hard hitting. It's just really ferocious and difficult to be able to control at times. but it did lose. They did lose leadership, and that's way bigger. Dreadnought and Chimera losing leadership could be the straw that kind of breaks their dominance, because if I'm not mistaken, the Dreadmaw just immediately dies if its leadership is broken. And the Chimera, because it's usually fighting surrounded, but it doesn't have the leadership effect because of immune to flanking, which removes attack and rear penalties. But losing 5 leadership for the Chimera could put it in a zone where any decently valuable single entity monster getting engaged on a Chimera can do enough damage to break it pretty quickly. We've just really got to see. I really can't tell you off the top of my head whether that's going to be enough to balance it or not. On top of whatever other buffs or nerfs there are for it. Let's watch a little bit of my tournament gameplay from the other day. Just while we're waiting for round 1 to go. I want to cover some of these matches. It was a little rough for me. I definitely didn't play nearly as sharp as I would have liked. I had some entertaining matches, though, at least, so that's just kind of what I want to show here. And talk about mistakes that I made, and probably just some things that I really need to, like, focus in on for the future if I'm gonna, you know, compete in more tournaments more regularly. It's always important to, like, go back and look at when and where you could have made some better decisions.
Now is the time of wrath unbridled. Rejoice!
So I've got Exalted Bloodthirster. I actually kind of like this guy. He's not like the best lord in the world, but he's got some decent stuff. Wrath of Khorne is actually kind of fun. It's really good for just harassing casters, because it's basically a guaranteed miscast. As you can see, within 100-meter range, this ability procs on any casters, causing them to do 256 damage to themselves. 70% AP, no less. If this worked also on abilities, then I'd be a happy camper, but it does not, which makes it very annoying when characters like T'Challa can run around swapping between all of their abilities and just literally do not care at all about the ability. But Allure S is, you know, something that's going to have to respect my units a little bit more. Danny is running around here with the Seeker Chariot. T'Challa is his lord. Devotees are chilling and waiting in the wings. He's got some crossbow devotees coming in. And his Hellstriders, they're just kind of occupying my attention. But we do grab the point because I got a million Fleshhounds, some Chaos Warhounds, and Horsemen here. So a little bit too much for my opponent to try and cap this point. Chaos Warriors are going to the number 1. Khorngor's waiting in the wings, and some Spawn coming up, which I really love. And I think are really good against Slaanesh. Because they're unbreakable, so you don't have to ever worry about them getting terror routed, which is really important against Slaanesh because they have a million terror-causing units. T'Challa has it. And, oh, she's got 360 missile block? I did not know that. Allure S has terror, and they've got some other fairly cheap units they can throw out that have got terror on them. So, Exalted Bloodthirster, I'm looking for, you know, just a little bit of an engagement out here on the flank, just trying to land and maybe get some damage off on these guys. Bloodthirster has good charge animations and weapon strength, so you can take a lot of bodies out on out of units like that. Big engagement here in the middle. We got Hellstriders coming in. T'Challa's getting in. Allure S is trying to rush through and get on top of my units. We're just going to face check all this. This is actually not the worst engagement in the world for me. It's not ideal, but we are doing tons of damage to the coverage that he's got here. You can see the Hellstriders are really getting folded up by the Horseman charges. And we just sacked, like, the Fleshhounds as they were going in. Or one Fleshhound, and then the Warhound. in exchange for the 3 Hellstriders. Kind of a huge win here. And we get a big surround on the Allure S, and then the Exalted Bloodthirster on the way in. He's going to land in here, and he's going to start getting some big hits in. He does a ton of damage, as you can see, and he is bringing this Allure S down to basically nothing already, immediately crumbling out. And I've got a surround on T'Challa here. So the plan is to try and assassinate her. You'd think she might be very much dead here, but Danny just pops Dagger Dance on her, giving the damage resistance and the armor, and she's going to squeak away anyways. She just gets right out the back and is free to begin terrorizing me once more. Good dodge, getting away from this spawn over here. Got Warhounds in the spawn tearing apart the devotees. Got a good charge on the devotee crossbows. They're getting a decent amount of value, though, and it's definitely a little bit annoying and rough. And all my horsemen are actually going down because I had to use them to try and check this infantry tide that's on the way in. Chaos Warriors, though, are moving up, and they should be good against these targets. That's really what I'm banking on here right now. Fleshhounds are looking a little worse for wear. Definitely should have pulled these guys back. I could have really stood to maybe rally up these forces a little bit cleaner, and should have probably brought in some more mobility. Some, like, armor-piercing mobility would have been a really good call. Because we do have some Chaos Knights with lances in. We're a really annoying unit. You can see the devotees with their crossbows doing some gigantic damage to my spawn. Spawn were doing really well, but now they're getting filled full of crossbow bolts, and they're going to be going down here. Regular devotees are not doing badly either, and we're getting really chewed up by the Chaos Knight charge. They get right in, and they just absolutely dunk on the Hounds of the Blood Hunt and the Chaos Spawn here, who get ripped apart pretty badly. Now my Exalted Bloodthirster's trying to land in the back line to deal with some of these crossbows. But Danny's got a really safe position. I actually don't really have much to compromise those guys. I've got some Bloodletters coming up. I really should have summoned them out sooner. I think they definitely should have been a priority a little bit earlier, because right now my Chaos Warriors are getting absolutely folded up. You can see T'Challa gets a gigantic proc on, what is it again? Whirlwind of Pleasure. I mean, it just ripped these guys into little bitty pieces. They're terror routing. Now they're rallying, but they've already taken a ridiculous amount of damage, and T'Challa jumps out, gets an isolation on my Exalted Bloodthirster. I'm proccing Deathbringer. That way his attacks are, you know, guaranteed to, you know, get T'Challa into the danger zone where she's either going to have to disengage or just straight up die. But Danny is very smart. He pops the Praise of Slaanesh, which raises her melee defense to 96. Literally impossible to hit, and with the Chaos Knights here, these guys have got my Lord surrounded and actually did a decent amount of damage to him. An old Bloodthirster just can't get the kill here, and now we've got Elixir of the Damned, and the 105 melee attack just absolutely ruining my guy here. I mean, couldn't be more brutal than engagement for me. We went from winning to losing in about 30 seconds. I literally just called it here because I realized I'm actually kind of cooked with my Lord going down back here, because he started crumbling. I've got a bunch of my units that are dead out here, and just a few Bloodletters and a Fury. It's not really going to salvage this position. Honestly, a pretty brutal loss for my game 1 of the tournament. I'm one of the best players in the community for round 1. And I got some good early engagements and a huge pick on his caster, but the Slaanesh stat line, just impossible to deal with, and just a few mistakes cost me the game. I wasn't able to shut down the crossbows before they really started to get active, and Danny just was able to bring out these Chaos Knights. I don't really have a counter to them, to be honest. I was thinking that I could form a nice little defensive pocket on the middle objective, and the side points and not really have to move around all that much, but because I got forced into that big fight on the middle and my lord got surrounded, I wasn't really able to maintain my presence on the battlefield the way that I needed to. I had Karanak in the back pocket, but I probably honestly would cut him and maybe go one less Bloodletter just to get some more mobility. Probably, so one less Bloodletter, one less Fury, probably cut Karanak and just get a couple Blood Beasts, perhaps. Or a Minotaur Great Weapon, just like one of them. Something to get rid of some of these big targets that Slaanesh likes to run, because they do love to run some units that are pretty vulnerable to the Minotaurs. Champions of Slaanesh are actually a large target. Exalted Heroes are usually on the Noodle Snakes, the Danger Noodles, so they're usually a large target. Same with Hellstriders and all that stuff. They're all pretty squishy to Minotaur pressure, and I needed those guys badly. Yeah, T'Challa is pretty cool. She's a great lord, really strong. I just wish that Khorne had more going for them like Slaanesh does. I mean, Slaanesh gets magic and they get like a million abilities to proc on all their guys. And then as the Blood God, you've got like 3 abilities and not any of them are really all that incredible for a lot of your characters. Like, the best Khorne characters are Valkia and Skulltaker. And Skulltaker's got really good abilities, right? Arguably to the point of being nearly overtuned. But when you look at the Slaanesh roster, they are jam-packed with lords that are exactly like that and have access to magic. Like, you got the Mask. The Mask got nerfed. She's a little less crazy now, maybe. But nonetheless, when she came out, super broken character, has all these dances, has, you know, heals, has, Mortis Engine and a whole bunch of other stuff. T'Challa has never really even been a bad character. She's just way harder to use than, like, slapping Azazel into an army and calling it a day. I don't know, man. Maybe I should embrace the darkness, I think. Maybe I should start playing Slaanesh. It just irks me. The design philosophy for Slaanesh is just really good for domination mode, and then Khorne is a little bit, you know, less than ideal at times, it feels. I fear that their Khorne is probably going to be on the lower end of the spectrum in this newest patch, because I played a couple of Nurgle players and did not do very well. That matchup feels really bad for Khorne now all of a sudden after just a few buffs. Maybe it's just not me playing at my sharpest. Definitely going to be a little bit of time before I can, you know, firmly come down and say that it's kind of flipped around. I've got tons of games that I'm going to need to put in before I can make that call.
My wrath is boundless. Only slaughter can sate it. Then more slaughter.
Alright, we're going to run one more and then we can get into new player replays. Because we should have some by then. We got some throwing axes, always good against the counts. We got Chaos Warrior Halberds, chosen dual weapons, and Spawn. One Forsaken and Scarbrand. So, I mean, this is a pretty good build to run against the counts. Not necessarily Scarbrand. Skulltaker is definitely the more meta pick, because Skulltaker is just a nightmare to deal with. For the counts, you deal with Skulltaker by shooting him with missiles, and these guys don't have any. So, you can just kind of bully a lot of the time with him. Our opponent's going for Curse of Years, Blood Dragon caster, so he's going to be trying to silence lower melee attack and just beat up on whatever he can while this is active, and nullifying the advantages of Skulltaker's Slayer Sword. specifically, and silencing his bloody onslaught too. It's gonna be really good against Scarbrand though also, because Wrathful Reaper and Rage Embodied can't be used when he's getting silenced. Threatening a little bit of a charge here, just gonna pull back. We've got our throwing axes moving over, and the idea is to poke the Graveguard as best we can. First shot's going in here against Skeleton Spears, but Graveguard also kind of getting in the way, so a little bit of free damage against those guys. Nothing crazy though. And a good volley from the throwing axe is coming in here and killing quite a few models, taking a lot of HP off these Graveguard now. You can see both of them dropping about 1,000 to 1,700 HP. Just a couple of accurate volleys. Going to look for the corpse cart here. It is well within range, and just a couple of volleys from throwing axes can actually bring these things down. We get a huge chunk of change out of its HP pool, but we're not going to be able to really stay on the point here. There's a lot of bodies, and there is actually a lot of cap weight with the Great Weapon Graveguard here. So we're going to cede the point, and we just move our elite stuff over. We got the Spawn and the Chosen chilling here. We got the Halberds on top of these guys. I'm okay with doing this for now, because the breath attacks are on the other side of the field, and I checked the magic, and I didn't see Gaze into Gash, so I knew there was no downtown shenanigans. Crypt Ghoul summon chilling out in the woods over there. Definitely something I could have stood to notice and see. I was actually focused over here because I saw a Crypt Ghoul being summoned in on this side. So I bring a Chaos Warrior out. I've got a Corn Gore moving over as well. They'd be more than a match for the two Crypt Ghouls over here. Not too worried about it, and I'm just kind of poking away here while I'm waiting for my opponent to move up on the number 3. Because I know he's going to be trying to advance here and getting sneaky about it. Trying to move in and get shots on the Graveguard, but my guys decide to just throw axes into zombies. This is why you take your guys off fire at will, so they don't waste a bunch of ammunition. It's really annoying when that happens. I gave them a very explicit attack order, and they just kind of ignored it. Crypt Ghouls still in the trees, keeping all my forces chill, and we're just kind of staring at one another. Not really getting antsy. I've got plenty of time to move units forward and rotate around as needed. I don't want to move all my forces away from here. Whew, excuse me. Because right now what I want is to just continue the poke game and keep his main force completely isolated here. I don't want my opponent to be able to move all of his stuff over and get all the support up to this high ground objective to potentially secure that away from me. Because currently this fight up top here, I've got the units in place to kind of take care of this. I got Scarbrand moving over. I've got two Furies, I got the Corn Gores, and I've got the Chaos Warriors who are going to really tear through the Crypt Ghouls. Cairn Wraiths are a little bit scary to see. They can definitely rip apart Corn Gores and Chaos Warriors. Pretty hard-hitting unit, actually, and one that I think does get disrespected a little bit more than it should. See some Crypt Horrors rushing up to my opponent's middle position here, rotating a lot of units over. Probably shouldn't rotate the Forsaken and the Minotaur here. I figured I would just in case my opponent kept summoning stuff out here, but instead he's got the Crypt Horrors moving in now. Maybe could have used the Minos to skirt around with the Forsaken to start looking for picks on reinforcing units. That would have been a pretty good call. Instead, we're going to just take our head-up fight over here. My opponent's going to proc the Helm of Discord. Nerfing a lot of stats, but it doesn't really matter here. You can see that all these units are just getting absolutely folded up right now, especially the Cairn Wraiths. With the Furies and Scarbrand on top of them, they're just not a match for the Blood God's Fury. The Chaos Warriors are ripping apart the Crypt Ghouls, and we've got a very nice early win here. So, gonna get the Furies up in the air. Scarbrand didn't even really take any damage here, and we're gonna start looking for some more opportunities. We've got a fresh Crypt Horror coming out. Way in the back line here, gonna be trying to move forward, and I'm actually getting a little bit of pie in my eyes in the sky. I'm getting a little bit aggressive here. A little bit too aggressive, in fact. I've got Furies and Scarbrand moving forward, but I don't have anything else there. I'm making a big mistake by rotating back this way. If I really wanted to go for this aggressive dive, I needed to bring my Horsemen and the Minotaurs and the Forsaken up through here. Or, like I said, I should have kept the Minotaurs and the Forsaken over here on this side of the field. That way, I could have just circumvented his blob in the middle. Instead, I'm, like, very ponderously circling all the way around them here, which is not really going all that well. I've got my Chosen going for the trees. The Dragon-Blooded Lord was, or the Blood Dragon Lord was moving forward, and I figured he was looking for breath attacks, so I just kind of separate my infantry a little bit, bring the throwing axes over, just to try and poke at him a little bit. Doing a lot of responding to my opponent. A lot more than I really should be right now. I'm definitely not in as comfortable a position here as I initially thought I was. I really felt like I'd gotten a much bigger win up here than I actually did. And now we're trying to get Scarbrand out, but I'm taking a pretty bad retreat path. This is way farther away. I should have just rotated back this way to my Marauder Horsemen. It's not going too well, though. You can see that my opponent's going to drop the Curse of Years here. He's got Helm of Discord active as well. Scarbrand's stats are in the absolute toilet right now, so we're just trying to pull back and get the hell away. Really don't want to get engaged on here. Luckily, the Total War Jank is alive and well. The Blood Dragon Lord's having a little bit of a hard time closing on Scarbrand for whatever reason. It's because flying units have a hard time landing the way they should. We get a nice little pick out here. We actually moved the Spawn and the Chosen forward to get after this White King, and we're actually kind of tearing into him. These guys don't have Scab Scraith or anything on them, so honestly, really trying to focus in and kill them isn't really worth much. Furies do bring down the Cairn Wraith out here, which is kind of huge, and fight kicking off up top here. Got Minotaurs, got Forsaken, I got some Chaos Warriors moving up. Cryptars are on the high ground here. Scarbrand and all these units up here I was thinking should be enough to kind of control this, but he brings in another Cairn Wraith, and he's got the Blood Dragon Lord. With a fresh Crypt Ghoul summon, which hasn't really revealed itself yet. I didn't know that it'd come in, but it's going to come in and start making a little bit of an impact up on that high ground objective soon. We've got the Minotaurs and the Spawn and the Chosen just killing the White Kings, but my units are getting tired in the process of doing this, and it's really not accruing much value for me. It's just removing some otherwise annoying units. Cairn Wraiths are coming in, Scarbrand's going to take the engagement, and the Chaos Warriors are going to get hit by a disgusting breath attack here. Pestilential Breath, nailing these guys, but they didn't lose nearly as much as I was thinking they might. Scarbrand I send in against the Cairn Wraiths, and he immediately runs into the backline and overextends, and now he's surrounded by Cryptars and the Blood Dragon Lord, which is a disaster for me. Forsaken are moving up, and they've lost all of their stats now, so my units are really not finding any success with the engagements currently. I mean, we're getting some good throwing axe fire on the Cryptars here now. But my Chaos Warriors fold up in record time with the Cryptar pressure on them. And not having enough infantry cover here could get me into a lot of trouble. Those Cryptar, or the Crypt Ghouls are moving in under the Cryptars now. My Minotaurs are going to turn around, and we're going to try and fight it out a little bit here, but these little guys underneath are going to be a real problem. And you can see Terror Route starting to go down, which is a big disaster for me. Forsaken losing out to the Cryptars as well up here. And it's looking like a total collapse. I mean, we've got a good ticket lead, so I'm not too fussed about it, but this is actually a decent amount of stuff to lose up here. I'm going to try and rotate the Marauders, Forsaken, Minotaurs away. Scarbrand's really beat up, and I haven't done a lot, honestly. Really looking for the first good engagement of the game over here now. We've got some good damage going in on the Cryptars for sure, and the Graveguard are fighting against a pretty decent unit of my own choosing here. Chosen with the dual weapons, really, really strong against just about everything. Not amazing against Graveguard, but you know, better than nothing. We get a fat Sword of Corn over here, and now we're going to drop the Horn and start seeing if we can get some real grind going. We're going to try and just kill all these Vampire Counts units. Focus firing the Corpse Cart because it is providing lots of buffs. It's giving flaming and magical attacks as well, which is very annoying. So throwing axes are just focusing in on this thing and bringing it pretty low. It's about on the verge of falling apart here with one more good volley. My opponent saved up for a Mortis Engine and bringing over some Cairn Wraiths, and Skarbrand just can't do anything. Skarbrand against the Blood Dragon Lord is just completely useless. An absolute muppet. I can't even use his, can't even use the, Rampage. Because every time my opponent is, picking the engagements, he's using that Curse of Years, and it's just completely ruining my opportunities for fights. We're gonna take one here. I'm really feeling like there's a good chance of getting something done, but again, we've got more magic going down, debuffing my guys. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, still a pretty nasty duelist, and Skarbrand's getting beat up, and his HP and his leadership was getting real low. Having to use Relentless Rage on Skarbrand here just to try and keep him in this fight. He's having a hard time hitting any of this stuff too, which is a real pain. Skarbrand probably going down here, but we got a huge win by killing most of my opponent's army here. But a bit of a disaster. I moved off the point, and the Crypt Ghoul that was hiding in the woods snuck out here and capped the point behind me. You see my horsemen have been running it down and doing a lot of damage to all these units here, but they're in a tough little pickle here with Skarbrand potentially going down. Their leadership is going to be in the absolute toilet, and there's not going to be anything I can do to retake this point easily or safely. Chaos Warrior Halberds are doing their thing, and we're going to push through with what remains here. We do have a decent little force. I mean, some Chosen Minotaurs and Spawn is a pretty nice little attacking force, but we're losing pretty hard on this middle point right now. The Mortis Engine is very safe because there's no throwing axes over there to punish it right now. I've got a lot of units around the field that are very beat up that I really should have unsummoned. Because I'm breaking one of my cardinal rules, which is never float more than like 2,000 supplies unless you're trying to resummon something like your Lord. I'm not doing any of that right now, and I'm actually pretty much maxed out on my units on the field, so I don't have anything to summon in right now except Furies. And Furies don't hold objectives. If I had points that I could just rest on and just start to reconstitute some kind of force, I would be in a pretty good position, to be honest. But because I lost my side points and I'm only just now recapping the high ground, and not only recapping it with a very tattered set of units, I'm actually in a very insecure spot. We do get some good damage on the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. Probably needed to be a little bit more aggressive early to try and get him to use his magic earlier. I feel like I may have played into my opponent's hands a little bit too much with the build-up. Just sending some stuff in to try and like peel parts of his army off and get him to overextend would have been wise. Instead, I've been pretty self-preserving with my forces, and that would have been great, like I said, if I'd played the objectives the way that I should have, but I didn't, and now we're in a position where we're not going to win on a single cap. If I had been holding this the entire time that my opponent was fighting a bunch of my forces out here in the middle of no man's land, then I probably would be at the point where this single cap would win me the game. And then I wouldn't be just leaving those two tattered units there. I'd be like rotating all of my stuff over just to try and keep a handle on it. The Counts have a really nice little stretch of units all the way around. The Mortis Engine is pretty beat up, and we do have some throwing axes still. Got a little bit of an opportunity here to maybe get myself back in this one. I've got Skarbrand. He's back here in the respawn pool. He's looking to get back in the action. We get a huge shot in against the Mortis Engine. It's pretty much gotten its value back already, though. Plus any healing here, which is really adding up. causing some pretty big problems for me. My opponent's going to get in with the Blood Dragon Lord. He's on death's bed, trying to desperately kill him with Furies. Big mistake on my part. Furies just can't really kill something like this. I was desperate at this point. I thought if I could get a Lord Snipe and bring up this big wave of reinforcements, which I've been waiting on in my reinforcement pool, then I could recap this middle and win on the double. So we're going to see how that plays out. Crazy close game here, man. Gondola, really good player, and he's done a great job of punishing my mistakes on the objectives. And now I'm in the last position you want to be in, which is a big blob fight against the vampire counts. You don't ever want to be in a situation like this where you're like desperately going for snipes and being dragged into just huge masses of cryptars and a million skeleton spears and all this other garbage underneath everything. Leadership is looking a little bit better, and we get a nice Horn of Corn here. Get unlimited army abilities, basically, against the Counts. Got my Horsemen flipping the cap weight a little bit, but there's Cairn Wraiths on the way in, more Cryptars. Another Cairn Wraith gets up on the point. Gonna have to try and do something to stuff the Cairn Wraiths back off of the objective. But I don't really have anything to do that with, so I'm just fruitlessly twirling around here. These guys being left to their own devices up top, really regretting that decision of leaving them there that way. We had the value lead, even. I honestly do feel just not losing Scarbrand and not overextending with him out here. I just started getting panicky as he got engaged on that first time, and I lost a bunch of Furies out here and didn't really have the units I needed for the second engagement up top there. A little bit more patience and marshalling of my forces in a little bit of a smarter way. And I think I win this game. I mean, the Chosen dual weapons did their thing. We got good value on some of the Forsaken. The Halberds did alright. Spawn were good. The Horsemen were a little bit of a letdown. I didn't play very well with them. And you can see the result. Not able to bring this one home. Very unfortunate. But very well played to my opponent. He punished me pretty freaking hard. What does Khorne have to deal with T'Challa? I don't know. Nothing. Get her stuck in Minotaurs. The minus 100% melee attack debuff is really only countered by Unyielding Assault, which literally only, what, 2 units have on the Khorne roster. Oh, these guys don't even have it. Yeah, yeah, the Slaughter Guard. Slaughter Guard have Unyielding Assault, and Skull Taker has Unyielding Assault. That's the only thing that's going to stop that T'Challa melee attack debuff. I mean, it just sucks. You don't have any way to stop yourself from getting debuffed like crazy. Like, spell resistance has no effect on any debuff or buff spells. It's great for mitigating damage, but it only mitigates so much. I just don't know how you balance Khorne. Because if you overtune Khorne's spell resistance, then they just completely stomp everybody. But leaving them in the position where their spell resistance has absolutely no effect on multiple different spell effects is a little bit ridiculous. It's just sad. Because people are just not going to bring damage spells, and they'll just bring debuffs, and if they're smart and they're good with timing, they're going to torment you with that. No Skull Cannon. Yeah, I could have brought a Skull Cannon. It would have been really good. And Karanak Silence does deactivate T'Challa's abilities, so like I said, that's probably your best bet. I think we're probably going to move into another Karanak meta just because. Just because people are going really hard into more elite builds from what I've seen. Outside of Counts, Vampire counts just always do their thing with swarms of enemies, pretty much. Just bodies and then, like, good mid-tier stuff. But, I've seen a trend in Nurgle and Smash players to go Hyper Elite, and Karanak does punish that pretty hard. So honestly, I think that's probably what I'm going to have to start running a lot more often. So if you can pin down enemy lords with Karanak and actually get kills on them, it can completely ruin people's time. Elite counts are back. Well, what's an elite counts build? Tell me that, Maxi. If it has zombies in it, then that's just the old standby. If you're talking like the Era of the Wraiths, Hex Wraiths too, or just Cairn Wraiths? Because the Cairn Wraiths are pretty good. Did they do anything to update Hex Wraiths? I didn't even see in the patch notes whether there were buffs to them or not. Don't really look any different. Same HP. I don't think. Yeah, this looks like the same stat line. But I've always had a soft spot for these guys and felt like they were really not that bad. Alright, let's go download some new player replays now. You got to watch me get my ass kicked a few times. Which is fine by me, because I really wanted to watch those games back and see what mistakes I was making anyways. I've definitely made some really boneheaded decisions, especially in that Counts game. That one, I definitely lost because of my own foolish errors. And then Gondola is just too good of a player to not punish mistakes like what I was doing. Oh yeah, hold on. Let me go drop them in the appropriate folder and we'll be ready to go. Oh, and we gotta go to the website. So we can just download all the games from there. Beautiful. Beautiful. Go to users, admin, app data. I'm gonna delete all these old replays. I'll get all these. Oh, yeah, Nighttime doesn't want his games cast. That's right. It's a little awkward. If he makes it into the semis and the finals, he's just gonna have to deal with it. Because we need to see what's going on. Okay. Getting these over. Boom. Oh, they already fixed... Did not fix these guys. Okay. So let's check out buffed Shadow Walkers. The unintentional contact effect buff. They definitely are not supposed to have all of these effects. Current prevailing thought is that what happened with the Shadow Walkers is they were testing imbuing multiple contact effects. Because previously you couldn't have, like, a bunch of different debuffs on your units, and imbuing them all at once, apparently. But allegedly they fixed that, so we'll see if the Shadow Walkers actually get all of these effects off. I am genuinely curious how broken they are. I did a little bit of testing with them. And it seemed like everything was on the up and up with the contact effects, and that they were just like massively overtuned now as a result. It's hot as hell in here. Oh my god. You know, they said the heat waves would be over here, and it's still 90 degrees outside in Michigan. So, you know, what are you gonna do? The heat index is at like near 100 right now. Good shots, and yeah, poison, burnt, shield breaker, and flammable, all affecting poor Arkin here. Lyrian Reavers are trying to rotate around. Yeah, Brandinator should be able to really tear apart the Ushapti with a Shadow Walker fire. Shadow Walkers are crazy accurate too, so they barely miss shots as long as you've got them within, like, you know, the first little quartile of their range. You know, like from this blue line and down is like peak accuracy. Anything closer in just gets absolutely clocked by the missiles. Any farther out, they're still really accurate, but a little bit less so and a little easier to dodge because you got a good bit of time. So these guys do have an 180 meter range as bowmen, so it's not like the easiest thing in the world to consistently land their shots from this far out, especially if you're like moving units around. Sisters of Avalorn are opening up, and the Shadow Walkers are scooting forward a little bit to try and hit the Chosen of the Gods, and then really the Sisters of Avalorn should move up too to try and get their shots on, because they're going to get the benefits of the flammable effect that the Shadow Walkers have currently. You know, Sisters do fire flaming missiles in their own right. Arkin is just chilling on the point, fighting some Shadow Walkers in melee with the Skeleton Warrior summon that he's dropped. You can see a bunch of mess going on with all the stats right now. Screaming Skull Catapults are saved by Carrion and the Horsemen. Skeleton Horsemen running down a bunch of Illyrian Reavers. Really nice for the Tomb Kings. Illyrian Reaver Cav are 550 gold, and the Skeletons and the Carrion, they're 400 and 350 respectively. So, really easy to summon those guys in just to protect against cavalry of that nature. You know, Arkin got a really nice Buna off on this Shadow Walker, and now the Screaming Skull Catapult fire sends him packing. And the High Elves are looking a little worse for wear right now. Really not doing too hot. We've got the Archmage peeling out on the Chariot. I don't really like Chariot mounts for Archmages. Just really not that effective. Fireborn right now are crushing some of the melee Shopti. This is a summoned unit. Not like from the army ability, from the Realm of Skulls, but just from the actual spawn points. One of the starting melee Shopti that the Tomb Kings brought in. They're doing pretty decently. I mean, they're getting up on this point, and they're doing some good damage to the High Elves at the very least. Still need to get the Sisters of Avalorn down. There's another Shadow Walker that's on the field and doing alright. It's nice and hidden in the trees, so the Catapults are having a little bit of a hard time hitting those dudes right now. Skeleton Horsemen cleaning up some rallying units on the edge of the battlefield. Definitely want to get these guys all the way back in. Grinch needs to attend to that. He could really use the Horsemen in the back line. Excuse me, just to run down the Sisters of Avalorn and the beat-up Shadow Walkers. You don't really need to do much of anything else. They really just need to get some pressure on these guys. Ushapti. This is the Realm of Souls Ushapti right here. Getting on top of the Sisters of Avalorn. You can cast it anywhere on the map, and it looks like it was chosen to be cast right here on the Shadow Walkers, who are running now, and then using them to just run down and attack these very annoying bow units. You know, if you give time for Sisters of Avalorn and like Towns of Torquilita, Shadow Walkers, and really just High Elf Archers of any kind time to set up, and you're not able to like break them down and just pressure them off the field, they can really just face roll you. High Elves are one of the better missile factions in the game, just by sheer weight of numbers and accuracy. But they don't have, like, amazing burst damage potential. High Elves really love playing the long game in terms of what they try to do to execute their bow builds. And using artillery really effectively here to break down that bow line has gotten the Tomb Kings into a winning position, and by a fair margin. They are dominating right now. They brought all the Oceanids down. Chosen of the Gods have been poking away at whatever comes in range and doing really good damage. 1,600 value right now. Catapults on their way to paying for themselves. Ooh, excuse me. Necropolis Knight Halberds are engaging Rahagra's Pride. Really good pick over here. Very painful for Brandon Ader. Just not really clued up on that, and gets punished for it. Trying to save his lord back here more than like, with the Archmage of Light getting pummeled and running for her life. Gets hit by a Spirit Leech on the way out, and Arkin with 2,200 value. He dropped a really nice Fated Beacon on the Fireborn over here as well. See some sisters trying to punish him for his efforts, but so many of them have died. There's only 26 guys left, or ladies left, I guess, really. What remains of this unit is putting out some decent damage, but the issue being that their DPS is, you know, a little bit closer to 25% of their original total. That drop in DPS is just not going to give them any kind of opportunity to make a comeback here. The rest of the High Elf army is in complete tatters right now. And there's some really dangerous units out on the field for the, you know, fairly low quality High Elf cavalry to deal with. Eyes of the Desert are here. Necropolis Knight Halberds are here. There's reinforcing Ushapti coming in. Catapults still have some ammo, even if the Chosen of the Gods are out. There's still some stuff to punish things on the way in, and then clean up with the heavy hitters. So you can see a lot of stuff breaking. We're going to fast forward through this one. It's pretty well and over. The Shadow Walkers just got punished by really good missile play here. One of them still got some good value, though. 1,300, despite everything they've been through. I think maybe a little bit more patience, not going for this dive early. Attacking cavalry in the early moments of games is usually a bad idea. People are pretty cognizant of any attempts. If they know what they're doing, they'll just, you know, have them positioned near spawn points. Some stuff to protect the far flanks, like a unit or two in front. And then just waves of, like, cheap cavalry to, like, tar pit your units and just slowly drag them down if you do choose the engagement. It's better to try and avoid artillery damage in the early goings of games. Use your terrain, everything you can to kind of LOS that, and then look for setups on your opponent's back point. The Tomb Kings kind of have a hard time with cap weight, because their infantry just has absolutely none. Like, they can swarm with cavalry, and that's nice, but High Elves have better cav. Can maybe poke and prod a little bit more over the number 3 and, like, drag some of the Tomb King's units over there just to try and answer, like, a big group of cavalry that might be trying to threaten caps over here. You can always pull back and then re-rotate to the middle. Just putting pressure on your opponent's formation by constantly having them reposition can cause people to make big mistakes. Stuff that you can then jump on and try and punish. Ooh, Elves are just getting lit up. Archmages back out, but not really doing a whole lot. I don't really know if Banishment and Net of Amontok are good spells against the Tomb Kings. Generally speaking, you want to go for one of two things. You want to either bring Burning Head and just get rid of all the garbage underneath, like Ushapti and Sepulchral Stalkers and whatnot. Or the other option is go for, like, Heal Magic and try and just keep your stuff alive that little bit longer so that you can use your superior Elven stats to kind of grind down all these bodies. Or you can go for death magic or high magic and try and snipe Arcan or whatever caster your opponent might happen to choose.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
Skeleton Horsemen circling. Sisters of Avalorn shooting the Ushabti, and you can see them getting some good damage off, sure, but now they're getting collapsed on by the entire enemy force. And they were not long for this world when Necropolis Knights and a bunch of Ushabti screaming down on those guys. I don't know, we'll see how the Shadow Walkers look long-term. They didn't look too bad that game, but the Tomb Kings are pretty good at killing archers. Got a lot of tools for punishing missile lines, their artillery, and Ushabti bows, so a little bit early to make a call on those guys. It's good to hear for Brosi. Good to have you back, by the way. Shadow Walkers weren't banned? I guess not for this tournament if someone's bringing them. Hey, you know, not my decision. I'd have banned the Shadow Walkers, but for a new player tournament, I don't think it's bad to unban them just to see what they're capable of. Because I do think Shadow Walkers, it could be pretty appropriate for them to have, like, an additional contact effect. They're like super elite archers. Giving them poison and maybe, trying to think of what would be a good contact effect for them to have that wouldn't be really, overpowered. Which, Shieldbreaker might be a little bit too much for Shadow Walkers to also have. I don't know. I'll think about it later. Right now, we're gonna get into this game. I'm gonna blow my nose real quick, and then we can just jump right into it. So, hold on 1 second, guys. Alright. We're back. We got Gnome and Neeper here. Gonna be scrapping. We've got the Goblin Wolf Riders going up for the number 3 objective. How do you play this matchup as the Greenskins? This has got to be one of the tougher Greenskins matchups. Because Rugloods can get shut down pretty hard by just basic zombie summons. Not really going to be a whole lot they can do. If your opponent's really dedicated to completely locking them down. There are no summons, though. There is Scab Scraith coming in, which is going to be really strong against the Orc Biggins. There's a lot of Black Orcs in here, though, and it's going to be very useless against them. It's just going to bounce off the armor of those guys for the most part. Ooh, good Spirit Leech on Gorbad. Definitely a good call going for the Strigoi Ghoul King. This guy with his Gaze and Gash and Spirit Leech is pretty scary. Opal Amulet is good damage reduction. Death Shriek is an okay breath attack against single entities. Really doesn't do a lot, but, you know, it comes bound, so why not use it and get, like, you know, 300-400 value out of it. Yeah, just trying to snipe the Lord. I mean, Greenskins are very weak to Lord Snipe in general. This guy's excellent at it with, not just the magic missiles and Spirit Leech, but also just the anti-large bonus that he brings to the table of 35, which is crazy high. Bloodthirsters and maybe like one other unit, I believe, are the only ones with the bonus versus large that high. And he's got good stats overall. I mean, he's got good melee attack and melee defense. It's pretty, solid across the board, especially for a specialist like this. And with damage mitigation effects that are on really short cooldowns, like Opal Amulet, it's really hard to get rid of, because he's got a ton of passive healing. He's got not just regeneration, but also the hunger. So really, he's got like a 0.2% heal per second, which almost always ends up being kind of a nightmare for anybody who wants to have to try and scrap into him. Unholy Lodestone getting dogpiled by the Acid Burpet. Comes in and just immediately gets on top of this thing. It's overextending like crazy, though, which means the Strugoi Ghoul King really needs to get in here and just land on top of this guy and start trying to rip him apart. Cool Curse of the Bad Moon. Gonna be debuffing a lot of stats on top of just doing a wicked amount of damage to all the chaff in here. Which value did this guy get? He got about 360, which ain't bad. It's a really cool looking ability, too. Ooh, beautiful engagement onto the Acid Burpa here. Got it rampaged, and now the Strugoi Ghoul King gonna put it in the ground. This thing is very, very weak to any dedicated anti-large fighters. The second it starts rampaging, the Colossal Squig is actually kind of a terrible unit. The Feral Rage lasts for freaking ages. It's a 40-second rampage. Just to give you a little bit of context, Scarbrand, with his 13-second rampage ability, or actually, I think it's 15 seconds. 15-second rampage ability. One of the better rampages in the entire game. So for your unit to drop below 75% HP, and then just be running around doing whatever the hell without any ability to control it for 40 seconds can get it into some really bad spots, because you just have to either fully commit to trying to save it at a really inopportune moment, potentially, or you leave it to its own devices and it gets ripped apart by a big scary monster like the Ghoul King. And the Devils of Schwarzhofen are trying to finish it, not having the best success in the world. Greenskins, though, elsewhere, despite losing their big monster, really aren't doing too terribly. Their Black Orcs are going crazy right now, chewing through all of these chaff units. You've got the Corpse Cart and the Cryptors over here going down to the Savage Orc, or the just regular Orc biggins. Crimson Killas and some Stone Trolls over here, too. Somehow managing to avoid getting terror routed by the ethereal units here. The leadership really holding up nicely for the Greenskins right now. They are down in value. We'll see how far that really ends up going. Value can be really hard to read. Sometimes it's the case that you can feel like you have a massive edge just based on the value trading, and it really not turn out to be all that impactful. Although, honestly, this is feeling like despite being down in value, this is feeling a little bit more like the Greenskins are in a winning position, because they haven't really been focusing the Ghoul King right now. Buddy has just been flying around for the most part. Epic whiff with Vindictive Glare from our Goblin Caster, and that's gonna be, it's gonna blow up one of these buildings. No, it's just gonna end up out in the open field somewhere, doing nothing. The Ghoul King's been ignored for the most part, and it's really been the Vampire Count's ground forces that have suffered as a result. They've gotten lit up by all these Black Orcs. Just a solid wall of shielded infantry. And Attitude has really shut down any presence on the middle objective for the vampires.
Has been destroyed.
Yeah, and I mean, the Scab Scraith, that's nice against the Biggins, but it's not going to go nearly as far as you'd really like it to. One White King has died as well. The other is just desperately trying to hold here on the middle objective. You got Blood Knights with Lances in, Broken Tusk Mob moving out, Orc Boys on the way in, more Orc Boar Boy Biggins moving up onto the field. They're just waiting to punish this Ghoul King. The second he tries to land, he's going to get absolutely demolished wherever he goes. How would Nieper go about making a comeback here? Honestly, just a full retreat back to his home objective, bunker up for a minute, bring out Blood Knights, bring out, I have no idea.
Has been destroyed.
Oh, man, the orcs are able to just really set up and just punish everything. Ruglud's actually got a lot of value. Not having the zombie summons meant they were able to shoot uncontested for a lot of this game. And probably helped bring down most of the crypt horrors. Decent little Gaze and a Gash does some good damage to the Crimson Killers, but not enough to really get any kind of a comeback going. You know, the Blood Knights, they can charge a little bit here, but it's going to be a bit dangerous because the Boar Boys, there's 2 of them out on the field now. There's a 3rd one on the way in, so you can probably get a couple freebies with these guys before your opponent is able to just swarm with numbers and just completely surround them. Blood Knights pick off the Stone Trolls. Don't kill a tremendous number of models. They still have 10. They can get some healing in. They've got some time. Sugar Ghoul King doesn't want to spend the rest of the match escorting these guys off either, because the Counts really need to get some action going on the points. They're really falling behind now. In fact, they could end up in triple cap territory before all is said and done by this near halfway point. Around the 8-9 minute mark is usually the halfway point for, like, long games. Really don't see this one going too much longer. I mean, you can see that, yeah, the Blood Knights, they just get found by just a massive horde of cavalry and completely surrounded. Ghoul King lands in, trying to help them out, but really not doing too hot. He's just going to immediately jump back up in the sky. Invocation of Nehet going down on our boys here, and they're grinding out a lot of value, despite being in a 3v1. You know, they can't escape is the big problem, and they are going to be going down here. Good magic on top of the Skellies, and you can see, like, a big retreat and leaving the Cairn Wraiths. It's completely to their own doom and demise here. In the front line, as a result, with no support, you know, the Cairn Wraiths are a solid unit. They got good weapon strength. That's the real selling point, with the fact they have frostbite and magic attacks. Decent charge bonus. Their prolonged engagement stats are pretty low, 34 and 36, and that's with a corpse cart buffing them up. I don't know. Maximilianaire, who's been in here a little bit so far today, could give you a pretty good idea of whether this is a, like, solid method of using them. I would say no. I think Cairn Wraiths, in my experience, just not the most extensive Vampire Counts experience. They're really good at assisting in the mobile fights with, like, the Fellbats and Direwolves, and the odd Blood Knight or Black Knight. Because the AP can be really useful against cavalry, obviously. Also pretty nice to have terror in mobility fights, because if you get a good terror route, you can just run everything off the field. And then mobile units generally have less effective stats in prolonged engagements. Like the Crimson Killers, you know, they're exhausted, but they've still got reasonably good melee defense to kind of resist any attempts to grind them down with the Cairn Wraiths. And then Black Orcs, they have a movable bulwark, which can give them an extra 24 melee defense, which takes them up into the 60s. And melee defense is not really heavily affected by vigor at all. So it actually makes for Black Orcs probably being able to engage safely on Cairn Wraiths and just swapping to a movable bulwark and ignoring all damage. Dire Pack moving in, some goblins getting picked off, but really nothing significant. Yeah, and counts are just kind of trickling in at this point. I mean, we do have Gorbad running off the field for a moment here, but it's too little too late. That's going to be a tap out from Neeper. Too many Blood Knights in reserve. Blood Knights are expensive as hell. You bring one, and call it a day, especially if you're bringing a bunch of Cairn Wraiths. Like, these guys are also part of your mobile support package. You need something else in here. Probably more Crypt Horrors, or maybe like a couple Graveguard, just to get in there and scrap it up a little bit in the front line. Maybe play the back point a little bit more also, since you've got so many Cairn Wraiths, you can push back there pretty aggressively. And potentially punish the Greenskins if they try to send units back there to protect their home objective. Because realistically, what are they going to, like, send over to fight Cairn Wraiths? They don't have anything in here with magic damage. Oh, sorry, wrong game. I mean, they still don't have anything with magic damage. None of these units have it. They'd be very weak trying to send anything to protect against Cairn Wraiths moving up on the back point. You've got a lot of units that are very vulnerable to terror routes. You could probably punish that pretty hard if you just commit yourself to that path, because Stone Trolls can be run off the field, Biggins can be run off the field, Orc Boys obviously can be run off the field, and Black Orcs are too slow to rotate that way. It'd take them ages to walk across the battlefield, and by the time they got there, you could just have your dudes moving away and rotating over to where the Black Orcs have left. Let's delete all the replays that we've already done. Got a lot of greenskins today. So Foshtu versus Topher. That's what I'm gonna roll with right now. Foshtu and Topher are gonna be going toe to toe, and we've got a lot of Savage Orc Air Boys and Ruggles, of course. Some Orc Boys, Goblins, Squig Herd, Shaman, and a Night Goblin War Boss, presumably with Tormentor's Sword and what's the other one? Spite of the Bad Moon, probably. Maybe the Fanatics and whatnot. Oh, Fermented Fungi. That's the big one, actually. I was forgetting something. Little guy's on foot, too, so going extra sneaky. He does have Stalk when he's on foot, which does arguably make him a little safer to use sometimes. I still really feel like the Squig is his better mount. He loses the Stalk, but still really strong on him. Fireborn, Tyrion, a lot of High Elf Archers. It's going to be interesting to see how the Archer duel plays out. I mean, the High Elves should have a decent advantage here. They can always poke the Squig Herd and try and, like, rampage them into the spears. Failing that, they've got pretty superior range, so they can just poke down Goblins and Orc Boys for the opening segment of this battle. Don't ever put your stuff in a big line like this, though. This is a terrible idea, because Gaze of Morg does ridiculous damage when it's cast down the line of a unit. Not only that, but spells like Burning Head and, you know, just anything are going to be an absolute nightmare for your units if they get hit by it. Very lucky it just piles into the terrain. Thank God this guy has no idea how to look at his target the way he should be. Absolute muppet of a caster. We get some good volley fire from the archers here. Another big issue with setting up your units like this, especially archer units, these guys can be compromised by like 1 or 2 units. Like, all that needs to happen here is you just loop the Squig Herds around the back and just start like dogpiling into these guys. And your units will just pile into combat and compress them together so much that they're obstructed and unable to fire effectively. Archers doing a little poking at the Orc Shaman.
Keep it from
Return
the foe.
fire from the Greenskins is going to really hurt the Archers here. They're very flimsy. They have way less HP than their counterparts on the other side, and these guys have pretty hard-hitting missiles, actually. They do significant amounts of damage, and you can see that with their good focus fire, man. They're bringing the High Elves down early. Post 2 with a nice little lead already. Got another little pocket of archers off to the side here. Honestly, not a bad idea for positioning, for positioning's sake. Just prefer to see the spearmen maybe a little farther forward. You just gotta make sure that you check your opponent's ranges on their own missile units. High Elves need time to skirmish before they're really going to be able to scrap in the front line and have any expectation of success. Especially if you're going a big line of spearmen. Spears do not fight anything well in the front line. They are absolute garbage at beating anything in melee combat. The point of bringing spears is to just have a bunch of silver shields and to position them around so that your opponent's mobility cannot access your backline. And then you want to like reinforce with ship's company or rangers or literally anything else if you want to actually start grinding some infantry down. Otherwise, you're just putting yourself in a really awkward position. Shadow Walkers are moving in. Seems like everybody is wanting to try them out. Honestly, a Shadow Walker line would have been really strong here. Shadow Walkers have really good range, and they have a pretty hard-hitting missile, but they're also really mobile, and they have poison, so very hard to close ground on those guys. Fireborn getting engaged by Boarboy Biggins, who have the Wa active, and these guys are getting some nice value. In a 1v1, they're just really not built to scrap with these elite High Elf Cav, but they're occupying their attention for an extended period while the front line gets absolutely cleaned up. See, the Orc Boys and the Goblins, more than a match for the Spearmen, able to really run them down and crush them. With the entire front line of the High Elves in shambles outside of this one little position over here, Greenskins definitely have the edge right now. The Orc Boarboys disengage off of the Fireborn and end up annihilating this poor Illyrian Reaver as it's trying to pull back. Dragon Princes moving in, really nice cavalry unit, and I don't even think bad against the Greenskins. Just a tremendous number of units mucking up the works here for them to get a clean engagement, though. They'll hold for some time at the bare minimum. Well, we just need to see what the High Elves are going to do here to kind of bail out their tattered units around the battlefield. Really need to save the Shadow Walkers. This is one of your best units on the field right now. And they're currently getting dumpstered by Flappa. Snotling Pump Wagons, really good chariots. Stupidly cheap and very effective when they make contact. Especially the Flappas with their Pump Harder Lads ability. They get that extra charge speed and charge bonus, and they just bulldoze frontline positions. It's really crazy. And because they're so cheap, you can just YOLO them in sometimes. And this is a pretty good prime example of a time that's pretty important and warranted, because you got this really expensive skirmish unit off to the side with the cavalry support a little bit isolated. You just unga-bunga it right there and just see whatever value you can get, and at the very least weaken those guys. Tyrion is all by himself, struggling heartily, and the High Elves didn't bring a caster, and you can make it work, but I would always recommend magic if you have access to it. Especially the High Elves, because they have access to every lore in the game, just about. Not every single, but dang near. Like, all of the major arcana of magic. Fire, high magic, light magic, life magic, fire magic, shadows, death, all those they've got access to, so you can find the right spellcaster for any situation as the High Elves. A little bit of cleanup back here, although this is a Savage Orc Boar Boy, and they do fight pretty well against Silverhelms and Illyrian Reavers because they have this Fizz Res. They can sit in here and probably grind out a decent amount of extra value from where they're sitting right now, which really ain't too bad. So, Orc Shaman is getting shot up. I think he's just been dropping Fistic Orc for most of this game. The two archers off to the side actually used all their ammunition up, which is awesome and got good value. If all of the High Elf archers had been able to do that, they would be in a much nicer spot right now. As you can see, they shot down a lot of the Savage Orc Arrow Boys. If the High Elves had maybe just kept their archers positioned in a little bit more of a line in tune with what we saw over here, these archers were a little bit off the point. I think if the archers, instead of going up in a big break with their spearmen straight to the point, they set up back here. They just slowly inch forward as they get reinforcements, and they just blast all the greenskin units down. Like a little bit of a creeping advance forward. Then if the greenskins try to get aggressive onto the archer line, you can always just pull the archers back behind the spearmen who just stay in place up here. And just occupy whatever attention they can while the archers clean up everything possible behind that. Bring the cavalry in to just protect the archer line, and then get pushed back in the late game. Summoning out your cheap units and hoping that you're able to just overwhelm the objectives with bodies. Dragon Princes end up getting some good value. Really nice value, in fact. Paying for themselves, which is really impressive considering the fights they've been in. None of this is easy. I mean, they're fighting tons of Savage Orcs. Lots of big uns. They've been fighting Orc Boys in droves, considering they have 250 kills almost. You know they've been fighting some infantry, which is never really the cup of tea of most cav units. Dragon Princes are a little bit better at it than most, because they do have decent sustained combat stats. As long as they have martial mastery up, they can do some pretty good work in a prolonged fight. It's just better to use their 80 charge bonus, usually. They're a shock cavalry unit with the ability to grind, not a grind unit with the ability to cycle charge. You gotta kind of think of it that way. I really don't think Lion Chariots are very good against the Greenskins. Greenskins have a ton of mass, like... I mean, you can see it right here. I mean, they're just using a Stotling pump wagon to occupy the attention to the Lion Chariots. Even, like, Mogreb's Mangy Marauders can muck up the works for these chariot units. Not to mention the fact that there's tons of AP Cav, all of whom are salivating at the idea of surrounding a bunch of chariots and just, like, ripping these very annoying and arrogant pointy ears to bits. It's a cool chariot unit. I just don't really see them having a tremendous amount of utility here. If you want chaff clear, this is probably one of the few matchups where Rangers are actually a really good and solid unit for the High Elves. I usually recommend people stay away from Rangers because they're just really lackluster, honestly. But against Goblins and Orc Boys, they can hold their own in those frontline fights. They can even do some okay damage to, like, Orc Biggins and whatnot. It's really the only thing they need to fear is the fury of Black Orcs. And getting cycle charged by the greenskin mobility. The Swordmasters of Hoeth are moving in, but Squigherd are going to collapse onto the rear of them. Then probably just a bunch of Savage Orcs are going to, like, charge down this hill into them. Just do a tremendous amount of damage. Honestly, a good idea to actually wheel around and go after the Swordmasters, or go after the Squigherd with the Swordmasters. These guys have a decent charge bonus, and they do rampage the Squigherd. Then Illyrian Reavers get rampaged into the back of this fight. Oh, but a huge collapse from every angle from the Greenskins. Broken Tusk Mob was busy out here somewhere. Oh, it was capping this back point, I remember now. Just goes straight into the rear of all the High Elf units, and now it's a big sandwich to the end. We see all those guys going down here, almost assuredly. Tyrion is trying to do his thing. I mean, he's got 1,200 value, which ain't bad, but he's just not carrying a game all by himself. Doesn't have Sunfang or anything even, so it's not like he's got a way to just, like, punish blobs that try to, like, lock him in place. And as I mentioned, no match is another big issue. Mogrim's Mangy Marauders are pulling away from the Silver Helms, getting some volleys as they go, but they're going to eat a charge here. Very squishy unit, probably going to go down, in fact. I mean, they just don't, they don't survive prolonged melee contact for more than a couple seconds, really, and they just get absolutely crushed here. Air Boys got their value back. All the Savage Orc Air Boys doing pretty nicely, I would imagine. Ruglets is always getting their 1,000 value plus. Yeah, all of these guys paid for themselves. And High Elf Archers, I would imagine, really not looking looking very good, all things considered. The Shadow Walkers have not really been all that impactful so far.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
You know what? Maybe Shadow Walkers could stand to keep the burnt contact effect. Like, get rid of flammable, but keep burnt. It's like burning poison. They can lower leadership a little bit. I think that would be kind of funny. Yeah, a couple of these High Elf Archers doubled their value, but all the other Archers got absolutely blasted into smithereens. Fireborn didn't do much. The Spearmen were completely useless. They barely even got half their value back across the board. The mobility for the High Elves was okay, but Silverhelms are not that great against Greenskins. There's a lot of armor on Orc Warboy Biggins, plus an anti-large bonus. Probably go Fireborn Dragon Princes and a lot of Illyrian Reavers, and maybe some Illyrian Reaver Bowcav. Get some Rangers as well. Just go big on the reinforcement pool. And make sure you get a caster in here too. That's like the other big thing. Get rid of this Lion Chariot. Lion Chariots are good against other factions. They're really not good against the Greenskins though. Ooh, excuse me. Alright, I'm gonna drink some tea, and we'll just get into this next game. So, Anderlin versus Dirk. Got one more game here on Bordello Landing. Then we'll move on to some of the other rounds. Should have a couple more up now. Yeah, looks like round 2 has been completed, so we'll jump into that next.
Death by claw!
Beautiful. Now, Dirk traditionally has been a High Elf player. So, pretty interesting that he's over here on the Greenskins right now. And Anderlin has played a good spread of factions. Skaven are definitely one of the tougher factions to learn. I actually do think Skaven are a solid middle tier faction right now. You just really have to know what you're doing with them to get them there. They require a lot of practice and careful balancing, because if you get your Lord sniped, or you misposition your units early, and your opponent breaks your formation up, Skaven are an impossible faction to, like, rally and reconstitute their forces. Because their leadership is so bad across the board. They start terror routing, or just routing in general. You'll have units in every corner of the battlefield in the worst possible way. They'll literally all be, like, you know, like, scattered around. And then you've got to, like, figure out how to unsummon the, like, billion units that you've got on the battlefield and making sure you're not just, like, spending so much time, like, focusing on what units to rally, which ones to unsummon, that you just leave the rest of your formation to, again, get clocked, and then you just got, like, compounding problems. Gutter Runners are opening up and doing some damage. Just got Black Orcs and, yeah, just Black Orcs eating all those, shots right now. Not doing bad at all. Gutter Runners over here getting run down a little bit by Goblin Wolf Riders. Honestly, kind of fascinating to watch this engagement over here. It's about equal in terms of, cost. I wonder if the Gutter Runners stopped and turned around to fight here, would they win? Ooh, doesn't look like it. They're getting torn up right now.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
Alright, looks like they're gonna fight off the one Wolf Rat. Ooh, one Wolf Rat breaks, but the other is able to break the Gutter Rat. That's a huge win for the Greenskins. That is a lot of value. Just being able to run off the 750, or the 700 gold Gutter Runner. Yeah, 700 gold, the 750 Gutter Runners are the poison ones. It's a little bit of a premium to pay, but not terrible. Shooting these Black Orcs, I just really don't like. I mean, even though you've got the Shield Breaker going, just leave the Natty Boobos to camp on these guys. The Gutter Runners still don't have great AP, so getting through the 110 armor is the real problem. The best thing you could do with the Gutter Runners right now is just be patient. You don't have to engage right now. You can just use your Natty Boobos and your Poison Wind Globes to really punish the Greenskins for being so passive. That's exactly what's going on. I mean, Black Orcs over here are getting destroyed right now. I love Globadiers, man. One of the funnest units in the entire game. Just because they're very well balanced, they're like high impact, high risk, high reward Skaven weapon team unit. If you can protect these 650 gold little globe units, they will take you all the way with the kind of damage that they put down with their shots. You can see the Black Orc Great Weapons getting absolutely trashed right now by the Globadier fire, and the Shaman actually is gonna have to push into the back line to try and close the gap and get these guys off of all of his expensive infantry. Black Orcs moving in. Really smart, patient play by Anderland on this side of the field. He just moves up. He's got his units very well protected and positioned here, so he can just absolutely rinse any of these elite infantry trying to engage his front line. Black Orc Great Weapons get hit by Globadier fire and looking very weak now. Very suspect. Rat Ogres moving on top of the Skaven Slave Spears. Yeah, I'm gonna just chill and wait for any and all comers, honestly, which isn't a bad idea. Yeah, Globes just completely trashed this Black Orc before they even got engaged. Rat Ogres, Skaven Slaves, and the Poison Globes all gonna move in to engage the Boar Boy Biggins. We're almost assuredly doomed here. Oh, oh my god. HP melting off these poor dudes. Wolf Rats on the edge of the battlefield looking real sneaky and annoying over here. Orc Boar Boy Biggin being forgotten about in the trees. Press spacebar and you can see all your unit icons in the battlefield. You know, because when you've got it like this, you might not notice the little floating bar above the trees. Click it here and you get the extra little tooltip that's a little higher up and you can spot them a little bit better. Another Curse of the Bad Moon. It's kind of wild to see it. Did this get a buff or something? No. No, those are all the same effects as far as I remember. Gutter Runners, and Skaven Slave Slings. I think they all got a order to try and attack some stuff back here, and they just moved into the Black Orc line here. Good Flensing Ruin on the Goblin Shaman. Icket Claw. about 1,500 value. Probably going to grind out a little bit more before all is said and done, but greenskins are very well and truly overrun now. Their elite units have been getting absolutely blasted by the weapon teams. They have had zero peace and quiet. Natty Boobos probably have close to 1,500. Oh, only 1,100. Really, I guess it's been the Globadiers doing all the heavy lifting. They've been healthy for pretty much the entire game and firing for most of it. This one has 2,000 value, which is pretty disgusting. Pretty horrific. I mean, not many factions are going to be able to beat the Skaven if the Globadier teams are popping off like this. Night Goblin archers are trying to shoot rat ogres. Yeah, Shaman gets broken, and the Mutant Rat Ogre just going in to finish him off. Mutant Rat Ogre's definitely one of the best units on the Skaven roster. Crazy good combatants. They cause terror. They've got Fizzres. They've got Frenzy for ITP. Not that they well, actually, they don't really need it because they cause terror. There's a few abilities that can remove the terror-causing attribute and ITP separately, so I guess it's nice to have the extra, what do you call it? The extra insurance that you've always got one of the effects, so these guys don't just break randomly. Really, it's just the fact that they're fast and have good damage output that makes them so strong. They're pretty cheap at 1,200 gold, too. And you get your combat characters tied up in something other than your lord at that point. And he gets really good at just supporting by rolling around his Doom Wheel and just cackling and casting all his magic. He doesn't really need to do anything else to get his value. He does not have to get involved in melee fights that much. You just bring unlimited power and, yeah, just a couple spells like this, Warp Lightning, Flensing Ruin. You just content yourself with blasting your opponent from there. Man, Skaven pushing into the freaking greenskin deploy zone. We're going to fast forward through the remainder of this one. It's probably going to be a tap out by Dirk. Dirk went to elite against the Skaven. You can do somewhat elite builds. It's definitely nice to have a few elite options mixed in for countering Storm Vermin. But you don't see Storm Vermin all that much right now. You'll see like 2 or 3 at most. And then the rest is usually going to just be weapon teams, rat ogres, and mutant rat ogres right now. Having proper counters to those would be way more important.
You have the foe's victory point.
Just, you know, all these black orcs and everything, it's just hard to keep them alive when you're not able to aggressively dive weapon teams. And the greenskins definitely lack good options for pressuring the Skaven backline. They don't really have any flyers. I guess your best bet, if you're going to try and make an aggressive push for the Skaven backline, is to go for some single entity play. The Acid Burpa or Colossal Squigs in general would probably be the best option. Still risky, though, because gutter runners can just get some good shots off on those big squigs and have them rampaging really fast. So maybe you need to bring the Night Goblin Big Boss. Or is it just, what is it, Night Goblin Big Boss or just Goblin Big Boss? There they are. Yeah, it is the Night Goblin. So this guy's got, he's got some pretty good stuff. So first of all, Empowering Shrooms stops the rampage on squigs. That's Colossal Squig, Squig Herd, whatever you can think of. And he gets a Squig Summon. And the Squig Summon lasts a long time and is really annoying. And you can just pop this into the backline pretty much immediately. The second the frontline engagements start, you can just be throwing this on the field. Grom is a really safe lord against the Skaven because he regenerates. He's on a pretty fast mount, which is just his chariot, which he comes on automatically. He's got a damage resistance imbuement, which can keep him alive in some really awkward fights. And he gives nice little buffs. If you don't really need the Great Innis here, Language of the Boys with its ITP and melee defense and leadership aura is usually enough for the purposes of what you need him for. You just bring him in nice and cheap and roll him around and keep him alive. You can bring the Night Goblin Big Boss with the Squig Thinkin' summon and then Empowering Shrooms you can use to hit like one of your Colossal Squigs as they scream in off the field. You could maybe think about bringing Mangler Squigs here. I really don't know how well they would do, but they've got okay mass. They do a lot of damage on the charge with good weapon strength. They could maybe be a good unit to push into weapon teams. And you can always have, like, just big swarms of squigs. And you can just bring swarms of squigs, because they can also do good damage to storm vermin. Oh, and, duh, pump wagons. Pump wagons are the way to go here. Probably just basic pump wagons, even. So they're only 500 gold. And you can just go full tilt to try and kill the weapon teams by steamrolling them with pump wagon swarms. There are rat ogres for mass, of course, but that's really all you see the Skaven do mass-wise. Like, you'll see the odd Doomflayer every now and then, but, you know, you've got tons of counters to Doomflayers on the Greenskin roster, just like Boar Boys and whatnot. You don't really even need the anti-large Boar Boys. You can just run the Savage Orcs. And do just fine. Wolf Riders and Spider Riders, probably not bad. You just bring tons of bodies, dude. Just, like, spam Orc Boys into the sunset. You know, get your little Night Goblin Shaman or something. You can bring Sneaky Stabbin'. And yeah, Vindictive Glare, probably the best way to go. Sneaky Stealin', just to debuff your opponent's casting ability. Get another basic Night Goblin. Just go really melee heavy and just try and, like, run the Skaven down, maybe. I don't know about the Mangler Squigs. I mean, you can cut those and get whatever else you want in here. I think this has got some pretty good bones on it, though. Against the Skaven, this build's just got a lot of cheap, annoying units to just pound after Skaven weapon teams. If you can shut down the weapon teams, Skaven are very manageable in melee. You should easily beat them in melee combat as the Greenskins. Just by, you know, getting all your infantry up on the field and not letting up on the pressure. For your secondary line of infantry, you can get, like, a couple Savage Orc Biggins. They're really solid, units. Good damage output, some Fizz Res. Skaven don't have a ton of magic damage. And these guys can rip apart, Rat Ogres pretty easily. It's kind of hard to engage on them as well. You've got, like, tons of mass to, like, pin things in on top of these guys. Feral Wyverns I would never really recommend going for. I wonder how Flinger could do here. A Ragnarok Flinger against weapon teams might be okay. Or you could just go, Rock Lobbers, perhaps. They're fairly long range. They do some pretty decent damage. Hammer of Gork has the blinded effect, which is always pretty strong. Maybe you could throw that out and just, spam boulders at weapon teams. Bring that in the opener, or you could just slam it in here in the reinforcing army. Bring it out really early. Just kind of throw your opponent for a loop. It's just an idea. I'm not, like, super well-versed in greenskins in general, so definitely take my advice in this matchup with a grain of salt. Get rid of those, and let's go for round 2. do 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 do. Do 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 do. What the hell is this? Oh, it's from last week. I showed off these replays. Okay. I'm gonna keep these. I'm gonna go back and watch through them again sometime. Oh, we got a Grand Cathay player. Thank goodness. Dead Robot is rocking an interesting Grand Cathay build. Not sure what the idea for the synergies is here. Does have Dragon Breath, which I think is probably just one of the single best breath attack spells in the entire game. Does a ridiculous amount of damage to unarmored stuff. Usually best in combination with some spell amp. Mastery of the Elemental Winds is pretty easy and available for Grand Cathay to just throw out with like cheap alchemists. And I do think Alchemists with Searing Doom are really good against High Elves, because High Elf Cavalry gets lit up by Searing Doom. And then you can use Dragon Breath on all their, like, archers or whatever, because they're all really low armor. I think Grand Cathay could probably beat the snot out of the High Elves more often than not. I don't know if this is really the build to do it with, but we'll see. So, Robot's going to be advancing forward. Oh, Shooting Gun Lord on foot, too. I don't know, dude. A horseback at the very least, especially on a big map like this. And with the fact that she's got fairly short-range spells. Like, 200 meters on Jade Shield is fine, but this isn't really that great of a spell. Dragon's Breath is the best one available to you with this kit, so... It's only got 100 meter range. You really need to be able to motor around the field to be able to use it correctly. Jet Lion's moving up to the number 3 for the time being. It's got Missile Mirror. I don't know what the hell you're going to do with Missile Mirror here. It's a terrible, terrible spell or ability, I guess, on this thing. It just doesn't do enough damage, for one. 2, your opponent has to be dumb enough to actually shoot. And it's got a very obvious effect on your units. Like, it shows very clearly that they're being affected by something. You just take them off fire at will, give them a move order, and just wait for it to wear off. I've never seen Missile Mirror do anything. I think there's been, like, maybe one game where it's done a little bit of damage to something. Yeah, good rocket fire. Fire Rain Rocket getting some decent value here early. Just hitting the Spearmen, some archers, and their light armor. None of them armored. Fire Rain Rockets don't have a lot of AP. Which isn't the end of the world, because, you know, the explosive radius is pretty significant. It fires a crap load of rockets, so even if it makes contact against more heavily armored infantry, it still does good enough damage to really not be that worried about its efficacy. Jet Lion's chilling on the other side of the field now. You can see the High Elves are looking to move in and potentially engage. Good micro from Dead Robot. Swapping targets here and getting a huge volley off on these poor spearmen and archers over here. Getting absolutely nailed by that volley. Jet Lion moving in. Long Marauders maybe going to look for a dive, and we'd have Shadow Warriors, not Shadow Walkers. More basic archer unit. They're really not that good. Shadow Walkers are just better, and that was before the buffs to the Shadow Walkers, where, you know, they've got all these contact effects applied on them now. They definitely need to get rid of all those contact effects. I don't want to see Shadow Walkers get banned, because they're one of my favorite High Elf units. They were already solid to begin with. It's just kind of the result of a company that's doing some testing and then just completely forgets that they need to readjust the unit before they ship the patch. Oh, double Jet Line on the field. Wow, okay. And Wall of Wind and Fire is tickling people. Wow. Incredible. Does roast this archer pretty badly, I guess. It's really not doing that much. I don't know, man. One day I'll see somebody hit a big wall of wind and fire, and I'll be impressed. I just don't know when that'll be. Maybe in like 50 years. The problem with the wall spell is it's slow as hell, dude. I mean, you can literally just walk away from it with your units. If you like miss it being cast and your units are really blobbed up, I guess it could be punishing. It just feels like a very niche and lackluster spell. Period. Double fire rain rocket battery is kind of wild. Although this map is fairly safe to do this on. I mean, you've got a good position for your artillery up here. Right by a vanguard spawn, protected by a terrain piece. Very restricted lines of advance that go all the way back into your spawn points, basically. Another wall of wind and fire gonna come down. Yeah, and the high alpha units just literally walk right through and ignore it. Okay. Grand Cathay is getting some good damage, but their front line is so thin. It's literally just a few Jade Warriors, all of whom are getting run down now by Fireborn and Dragon Princes, who are hammering and anviling off the Spearmen really nicely right now. Honestly, if Tyrion can just get back here and get on top of these rocket batteries, it could be a disaster for the forces of Grand Cathay in the making. They were doing okay, and now suddenly they're looking like they're not getting much of anything done. I think the second Fire Rain rocket is a massive overinvestment into the artillery.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
Like, sure, by all means, like, bring one in the early going. I mean, I got tremendous value here, but this other one is just too slow, if that makes any sense. I mean, it takes a long time for it to get up into the position it wants to be in. It's got a long reload time as well. Shorter than some artillery, but 17 seconds is still a decent chunk of time to be waiting for its shots to go off. Unless you've gotten just a ruinous amount of damage off on your opponent, I just really don't see how it's going to benefit you to have the second rocket battery on the field. And the Jet Lions just suck in combat. They're garbage. They have bad melee attack. And all this missile defense, or melee defense, I really don't see how that's going to help a big single entity. More often than not, single entities are best when they're used aggressively, and the Jet Lion just is not a very aggressive monster. It's defensively oriented, it's got a crappy bound ability in Missile Mirror. You can use it to, like, silence stuff with the disrupted effect, I guess, but I really don't know how often your opponent is gonna willingly engage a Jet Lion with any unit that might be disrupted by its silence ability. They're gonna mostly just tar pit it with cavalry and bring in, like, heavy anti-large hitters to kill it. If they don't just shoot it down, which is kind of what the High Elves ended up doing here. Artillery just gives your opponents so much momentum on the battlefield itself. So Cathay just cannot hold a point now, because they spent almost, what? 2,300 on artillery in the early going. They're reinforcing, they're like holding the line, but the High Elves are replacing a lot of their losses from the early engagements. And they're just doing a much better job of locking these objectives down. They've even done a good job of dragging this Jade Warrior away from this #1 objective over here. Oh, and then bullying them with the Dragon Princes, who are just stomping right now. 2,000 value on these guys. Topher, man. Great job. He's killed both artillery pieces now. Another problem with that, if you can't unsummon your artillery and you get the rebate back, I would say that they're pretty useless at that point. Like, you really need to use all the ammo on artillery and get the unsummon for them to be worth a damn. It's very rare that you're going to be in a winning position if your artillery is getting shattered and run off the field without getting the rebate back. 2,200 on the Dragon Prince over here. Lyran Reaver's locking it down. We've got a lot of high elf units on the field now. And a very healthy Tyrion, while the Shugengan Lord just got dragged down by Spearmen, eventually. Great Longmar Riders coming in. Really didn't do that much. And they attacked the Storm Riders, of all things. Like, okay, that's a high-value unit to engage against, but these guys have freaking spears, so they're kind of good against the Longmas. Not like an ideal fight for the Storm Riders, because these Longmas have a ton of armor and good stats, but yeah, you could definitely pick a better fight. Like, cleaning up the archers back here and then trying to get after the other ones would be way smarter and safer. Your opponent would have to use cavalry to engage you at that point. You'd be smashing all these tattered units in detail so thoroughly, there wouldn't be any time for your opponent to counterfire the Longmas. And if they did, they'd probably be missing shots because they'd be jumping up and around in the air and just dogpiling into a whole bunch of stuff. Jetline comes out again. It's got a whopping 300 value after multiple summons, which is always a great sign for a unit being very good, clearly. It just gets focus fired to death. Grand Cathay was doing great until they overinvested into the second rocket battery because they needed more on the field. This is too much artillery. My god, dude. Get rid of the Sky Junk, get rid of the cannon, and get rid of this Fire Rain rocket and just have better reinforcements back here. Onyx Crowmen, Jade Lancers, maybe a few more, like, I don't know. Bring some Celestial Dragon Crossbows or something, if you want to go for some fun units. The artillery is just too risky. It doesn't provide any calf weight, doesn't really provide that good of battlefield control. If your opponent is just like, okay, well, my dives are not working, so I'm just going to ignore them for the time being, replace my losses, and we'll go from there, which is exactly what Topher went for here. He just didn't dive with anything too expensive. He just rallied up his shooting once it stopped running away after it got kind of thumped in the early going, and brought his units in that were not vulnerable to the Fire Rain rocket, like his cavalry, and was very aggressive with those units in the front line, cleaning up what little was sitting on that middle point, and then Cathay could just never push back out. Anderlin going up against some more greenskins here. For a second, I thought we had seen this game already, and then I realized that it was not Ikit. It's actually Grayseer of Ruin. And the Avalanche Mortars are on the field this time. Avalanche Mortars are a great unit. They can do a ton of damage, and on Whirling Maelstrom, probably pretty safe to just sit them behind the cliff here, and they can shoot the number 1 and the number 2 objective. Without even having to move from behind here, probably. I mean, they got pretty good range. It's like 250 or 260. Jeez, this game. It's okay, Dirt. Happens to all of us. What's up, David? Hope you're doing good, man. Hope everybody is doing well.
Yes, fight, kill.
Yeah, 250 meter range. I wouldn't move them out into this open stretch of terrain. Just seriously sit them back here. They've got a crazy high arc of fire anyways. They just lob shots up onto here. They've got tree cover on this flank too, so your opponent has to get all the way up here if they want to hit anything behind the rocks. If you have them just sitting out here in the open, your opponent can just bring their own artillery out up onto the plateau and just, like, pop them down. It's just not nearly as safe of a position. Always use terrain to your advantage when you can. Goblin Wolf Rider archers are opening up on Gutter Runners. Gutter Runners could win this fight real quick. All they need to do is get in range and get like 1 or 2 volleys off. They just do ruinous stuff to other skirmishers, man. You can see they really wreck those poor Goblin Wolf Riders. Gobbos are gonna trundle away. They're gonna be okay for the time being. Big wall of Black Orcs moving up again. Crimson Kill is here. Avalanche Mortars are not set. Uh-oh. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, you gotta get the weapon teams online, dude. Do not let them just close ground on you. Not like this. I mean, the front line of the Skaven will hold up a little bit, but it's not that high quality. I mean, it's clan rats and Skaven slaves, so they're not doing any damage to these Black Orcs, and the Skaven slave slings are not going to be very good against them either. You have to get value out of the Avalanche Mortars here. They finally open up, and they do delete their Skaven slave unit, but they get a ton of damage off on the Black Orcs in return. More than worth it, in fact. But here you go. Another reason to stay back here behind the rocks is counterfire from the Rugloods. You wouldn't have to be worrying about it nearly as much if you were chilling back here a little bit more. They're in an okay spot. They just they need to swap targets. They need to start shooting the Rugloods so they can kill the counter that's kind of blasting them a little bit. And then they can focus fire elsewhere. So that would be the unholy clamor going off right now, trying to keep the Skaven front line in position to keep their Avalanche Mortars protected. See some big shots coming down on the Rugloods. Hammering them down pretty effectively. Crimson Killers are kind of pushing into this back line, though. Causing a few problems, but the Avalanche Mortars get a couple more shots off, and they're able to crack the Rugloods' armored. Orc boys, just pull this mortar back now, and get a Doom Flare, some Rat Ogres in, to just push the Crimson Killers off of them, and then you can get it back online. And just clean up the remaining Black Orcs that are on the field. There's really not that many left. There's a very beat-up one over here. This other one is pretty healthy, but it's got a lot that it's going to have to do to try and win this game. Ooh. So the Gutter Runner Corps actually gets run down by Squig Hoppers, which is genius. Absolutely beautiful jump out here by Gnome. Ran a lot of them down. There is a pretty healthy Gutter Runner hiding in the trees here. This one's rallying now. It's going to push back out, and the Skaven are trying to hold that point too. Skaven are doing okay on the value trade for sure. They're a little bit ahead of the Greenskins here. Savage Orc Boar Boys are causing some problems now, though, and the Crimson Killers, they're getting taken out pretty easily. Ooh, it's gonna be scary. I just don't know what don't know what the Greenskins are gonna do to really take this game back over. They've got to deal with the Avalanche Mortars still. 1,700 value on these guys. They've only used 6 volleys. They've got more than half their ammo left. And they're the kind of unit that could very easily get another 1,700 value. With just a couple volleys, they could probably triple their value here, conceivably. Even. They hit this Black Orc unit, clean these guys up. Swap over and hit the Wolf Rider, they'd probably kill them in 1 volley. And then they just wait for more elite units or more infantry to come out, and then they just blast those all in turn. Ooh, good dive from the Squig Hoppers. They get on top of the Avalanche Mortars. Let's see how quickly they kill these guys. This is a critical moment. The Greenskins can get back in this game by killing the Avalanche Mortars here. There's really not that much on the field for the Skaven in terms of punching power. I mean, they got a bunch of, like, wolf rats hovering around the field, some clan rats, and some other garbage. A lot of their rat ogres are actually looking the worse for wear. Swamp Things have been anchoring this side of the formation really nicely for the Greenskins. And the Boar Boys are continuing to cause problems. Oh, Squig Hoppers got them. Avalanche Mortars are either 100% dead or they shattered. I just can't see where they're running. Oh, here it is. Yeah, one model left. Avalanche Mortars dead and gone. 1900 value is not bad, but for how much work they were putting in early, seeing them here being run off the field and the Skaven being in a position without weapon teams to support what little remains of their front line, kind of scary. It's a very even game suddenly, and that usually is going to swing towards the faction that has better infantry. Skaven do have some Globadiers moving in. If they can establish a good position of Globadier fire, then they can probably make something happen here. Savage Orc Boar Boys getting into the Globes, though. Globe's going to friendly fire a little bit here for sure. They are going to break their attackers, though, very shortly here. I can't see them holding that much longer. Yep, there they go. Dip into the negatives, and they're going to turn around and run away. Mutant Rat Ogre, just a big blob of Rat Ogres, really, trying to get rid of the Swamp Things here. Warp Lightning gets dropped on the Black Orcs, who are already on death's bed, really. Maybe not the best spell cast. Dreaded 13th has been used both times. It's worn off, and we're just going to have to see the Skaven outmuscle the Greenskins here. Are they going to be able to? You know, they've got one objective left, at least. So they've got the number 1. They could just reinforce back here, get like a Clan Rat, or actually an Eshin Triad, really good choice, especially with Gutter Runners. Eshin Triads of the Weeping Blade takes 50% of the armor off of a unit, and then the Gutter Runners, with their good shots, they can just hammer away into whatever unit might be moving into them. Curse of the Bad Moon on some Skaven Slave Slings does clip the Clan Rats and does rout those guys, I guess. I mean, super weird seeing this spell being used so often, consistently. Gorbad is able to get on top of our poor Greyseer. Greyseer gets clocked a few good times by Gorbad. Very close to going down, and the Vindictive Glare only takes 100 HP off of him. He does have 100 armor, so that would be the reason why. Vindictive Glare falls off pretty badly against armor of any kind. Bound Scorch going down on the Broken Tusk Mob. Gorbad gets really trapped up in Rat Ogres and the Eshin Triads, and Gorbad's gonna die here. Oh my god, he's so low. He had more than half his HP when he got into this fight, but he misses the kill on the poison, or on the Greyseer of Ruin. Gorbad takes a bunch of damage, but he does escape. Very, very narrow escape, though. Curse of the Bad Moon going down, gonna whiff horribly. If you had something to, like, engage those Triads there, it would have been a good cast. Really not doing much of anything here. Clips the Gutter Runners, clips the Wolf Rats. The Wolf Rats are going to shatter before they got into the fight anyways. Another Vindictive Glare going down on our boy. Greyseer down to 200 HP, but still alive. Still ticking. The most important thing is that Unholy Clamor that he's providing to everything. He's keeping a lot of stuff in engagements they otherwise wouldn't be able to stomach. Yeah, Black Orcs are out on the field, but we got some very tattered poison and globes poking them from the high ground here. Yeah, doing some good damage, and now Clan Rats are going to move up onto the point and start trying to cap this away. Black Orcs haven't lost any cap weight because they haven't lost any models yet, but that is going to be happening sooner rather than later. They're so beat up for having 80 models left still. And now more volley fire coming in from the Globadiers. Doing a lot of friendly fire damage. I would pull back a couple of these Skaven units so that I'm not poisoning all my guys to death. Continuing to focus fire down the Black Orcs is definitely the right call, though. Broken Tusk Mob is trying to move in to answer the weapon teams now. Goblin Wolf Riders from one side, Broken Tusk Mob onto the other. Looks like they're going to be able to run down these Globadiers, but I think the damage might be done for the Black Orcs. At the very least, the Skaven... Ooh, no, they're not going to cap. One of the Clan Rat units actually breaks. Oh, and then a rear charge of the Goblin Wolf Riders is going to break the other Clan Rats, maybe? Regardless, the cap weight is in the favor of the Greenskins now. They're going to save that objective. They're barely hanging on to the number 2 objective. There's a lot of Skaven slaves coming in. Terror Route's going down, though. From what? Oh, the Swamp Things are here. A pretty gruesome Curse of the Bad Moon. I mean, these guys still only got 900 value. It's fine, I guess. I mean, you're breaking those Skaven slaves super fast with that spell. They weren't really gonna be in any danger of losing that point. Gorbad breaks in the middle of all that, though. Eshin Triads and Rat Ogres running him down, trying to get the kill on him. If they can get an actual kill on Gorbad, then the perpetual -10 on the Greenskins could guarantee a victory for the Skaven. Oh, but instead the Skaven Lord is the one who's gonna die here. Orc Boarboy Biggins YOLO charging him and actually able to finish him. Poor little guy, dead and gone. And Greenskins maybe gonna hold these points. Swamp Thing's moving over to try and help the Black Orcs who are desperately hanging on to this point. Wow, Terror Route going down on the Wolf Rats with poison. You can see the leadership completely falling apart for the Greenskins now. Or sorry, for the Skaven now. Losing a lot of units, Rat Ogres moving in, getting beat up, and the Squig Hoppers are providing some poison here. Definitely helping out. 1,600 value Squig Hoppers, by the way. Really love the way they've been used. Gnome has done a great job of harassing his opponent with those. Gorbad finally run off the point, so the leadership is about even for both sides. Greenskins have slightly higher base values, but they're being affected pretty badly by the Lord Fled penalty, -16 right now. Nice, though, that that's going to wear off, while the Skaven are going to have a perpetual -10 on much lower base values. The second that Gorbad fleeing penalty wears out, I think the Greenskins are going to have a pretty good chance to just close this game out. Black Orcs moving down the hill to get after a bunch of garbage. Definitely need to bring in a reinforcement to try and help hold that number 2. Wolf Riders are chilling off on the side. Crimson Kill is probably just win this side point. Even without all this support, they actually have a lot of units moving in to help them out. I mean, Wolf Rats, Clan Rats, and Rat Ogres could maybe get rid of the Crimson Killers if they were all able to sit in a nice little pocket together. But their leadership is just not good enough for that. You can see everything is wavering. They're taking a lot of damage as they're fairly separated here and just getting overrun. Massive, massive win out here on this flank for the Greenskins. And some reinforcements coming in to help save this number 2 objective. Black Orc's in a position to just help mitigate a lot of the Skaven Slave cap weight, and then a couple cavalry units just moving in to provide their 4 cap weight here. I don't know why expendable cavalry units still have full cap weight. I feel like Goblin Wolf Riders and the like really should not count for a full regular cavalry unit. It's just kind of ridiculous. I mean, they literally have the expendable trait. Why don't they have expendable cap weight? They should have 2 cap weight, just like expendable infantry. Biggins are chilling, just fighting some Globadiers. Just locking these guys down is critical right now. Because the only way the Greenskins lose this, I think, now is Globadiers getting in, doing a whack load of damage to these units, and an untimely rout sends all of the Greenskin stuff packing. But instead, it's going to be the Poison Wind Globes who are going to break. The Boarboy Biggins are going to die in the subsequent volley, but a little bit of friendly fire on the Globadiers too actually shatters them. The Boarboy Biggins haven't actually broken. I really thought they were going to rout there. Wolf Rats with Poison have to come in and clean it up. And more Rat Ogres in here. Gunner Runners, not doing terribly at all. Very, very solid performance from them. But, you know, the Black Orcs struggled in the early game because they're getting lit up by all the Globadier fire. But here in the late game, they have been amazing. Gnome has done enough to stop Anderlin from being able to form a proper firing line. And it is paid off with a huge win here. Great job. Excellently played. Yeah, dude, the Night Goblin Squig Hoppers were a menace. Absolute menace here. And the Swamp Thing's solid, too. They got a lot of terror routes in that game. And the Elite build's going to walk away with a dub. A lot of Black Orcs, man. Really wouldn't have expected that against the Skaven, but looks like Gnome kind of learned his lesson and how to attack these guys. Curious to see how he does in some of the later rounds. I got Neeper and Cappy playing, so let's get in here and see what they're up to. So, Skaven versus Vampire Counts. Pretty atrocious matchup for the Skaven. They are not built to fight vampires and zombies and skeletons, and it's just really hard for them to keep weapon teams alive. And as I said, without weapon teams, Skaven really lackluster in the melee grind. You gotta factor in all the terror that counts have. They've got these really strong heroes and White Kings available. Passive healing with unholy lodestones, mortis engines. A lot of really nasty stuff. And they got a lot of really sneaky units too. Like Crypt Ghouls sneaking around flanks to get after weapon teams can pay off big time in this matchup. Miss Kimmler's 2-word speech apparently. Oh well. He's got Krell, of course. He's got the Wind of Death, Raise Dead, and Invocation and a Heck. Chaos Tombblade is a really good perpetual heal for the later stages of matches. Going to be very hard to protect from Throt, though. Throt is a really good combat character. He's an absolute mad lad. And he's got extra uses of Remoldered. He used to only have 2. And I think it kind of made Remoldered terrible. It just wasn't enough healing, because you could get a Packmaster who's a lot like Throt, maybe a little less strong in the Duelist department, but has a Running with the Pack, which is a perpetual heal for Molder monsters. Throt is really good at supporting stuff like Morse Guitar's Hellion and Gorich and units like that. And the extra ability on Remoldered guarantees that you can get these guys pretty close to their heal cap if you just use it on them, you know, religiously. He's also got a Rat Ogre summon of his own. Not really that useful against the Counts. You just, like, use that, I guess, to maybe, like, block a cavalry unit in place and kill them, perhaps. Maybe try and catch Kimmler. Kill him that way. I just don't know what the Skaven are going to do here. I mean, every time I watch Skaven Counts, there's just not really anything they can do to kill all the targets that they need to. Like, Natty Boobos are opening up on the White King. They're going to get this guy nice and low. They're going to do good damage here, but Kimmler can just run forward and invo him, keep him alive, and then he's going to get in position to use Scab Scrape that's going to wreck the Clan Rat and Skaven Slave front line. Not to mention that the Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves are all going to be affected by fear. There's no ITP aura in here of any kind, so that leadership that's already really flimsy, it's going to be getting ever worse and worse. Natty Bubo is having a hard time hitting the White King right now for some reason. He stops. Now he is a lot more vulnerable. They're doing a pretty good job of punishing him. He is getting a slow perpetual heal, though, from the Unholy Lodestone. Getting that extra leadership as well. Plus 4 leadership making all the difference here, clearly. White Kings are just chilling. They're not really getting into any fights. Blood Knights on the field. Gonna countercharge the Rat Ogres in the front line. Gonna get big damage here, probably. Yeah, getting engaged on these guys and just starting the process of wearing them all down. Definitely the right way to go. A lot of Clan Rats and Eshin Triads. Trying to stop the Black Knights from killing the Plague Claw Catapult, but a little too late. These guys are very heavily saturated into the artillery crew, and Skaven artillery crews squishier even than a lot of the others, who are all pretty squishy. So they just get folded up and completely run off the field. Vargeist coming in to just dive Deathglow Bombardiers. The Crypt Ghoul push didn't really do that much, but you see a huge terror route go down. Devils of Schwarzhofen are the instigators of that. Blood Knights are just running over whatever they can. Yeah, man, and Blood Knights getting on the back of the Rat Ogres, probably going to make pretty short work of them. Morskatar's Hellion does kill the Corpse Cart, I mean, or just about. Just a couple more hits will finish it. Down to 600 HP, down it goes. Still got to deal with the Blood Knights, and Kimmler is in the neighborhood. He's got his big heal aura, if he wants to stay in those engagements. Probably do pretty good that way. Black Knights kill the catapult, and now they're mucking up the works for the Natty Boo sharpshooters, and even killing some models on those guys. Pretty disastrous. Blood Knights are rampaging now. They just lit up a Rat Ogre, and now they've got a good chance of surrounding Throt. Throt is going to try and get away. Charging into some skeleton spearmen, and the Blood Knights starting to get around him. Ooh, but he squeaks away, just barely. No pun intended. Warlock Engineer right now getting killed by the White King Goon Squad. Double White King, very good at killing any foot characters, and especially a crappy little rat like this. Only got 45 armor, abominable melee attack and melee defense. He was brought for Flensing Ruin, Howling Warp Gale, and Warp Lightning, none of which he's really been able to use to much effect so far. Deathglow Bombardiers are rallying. Ooh, but Throt getting surrounded. Yeah, Blood Knight's getting a pretty nice proper surround here for sure. He's got a little bit of an avenue right here to try and squeeze through and get away. Don't know if he's gonna recognize that opportunity before it closes behind him. Blood Knights with 1700 value. Blood Knights can absolutely carry a game for you, by the way. I just really prefer to see them in smaller numbers. as just like a proper elite, because they're expensive as hell, as I said, and running double Blood Knights usually a little much. You know, you can just get Black Knights and just have more swarms of cavalry, which actually ends up being pretty good a lot of the time. Black Knights are an underrated unit, I would say. A lot of people just go for very basic and bog standard counts builds, but the more you flex out and bring some of their less commonly picked units, the better for you overall, I would say, because you can really throw people for a loop by going ethereal heavy or slanting into some of the non-Metal Lord options. Just kind of what I would say going Kemmler here is. You just bring Kemmler, keep him really safe in the early game, and just, you know, aggro dive with your White Kings. Just keep people occupied until you can really bring out the heavy hitters. Like those Blood Knights who have been just absolutely killing it this game. 2,600 on them. Throt is not escaping, but he's holding his own. He's surviving alright. He's going to have to pull back now. What are you going to bring in here to try and fix this situation? Black Knights going all the way around the map, maybe, to get after this play call catapult. Do get on top of him. Clanrat's desperately trying to defend this artillery piece. Blood Knights are taking a fight against the Doom Flayers and the Wolf Rats. They probably still win this fight. I mean, if they come and heal these Blood Knights up with an Invo, they definitely would win this grind. There's really nothing here that is tremendously scary for them. Throt can pick a few models off, but that's why you come in to Invo them, just to get their healing a little bit higher than his damage output. And make sure they stick around that extra little bit longer. There's a second Blood Knight with Lances. Oh, wow. Wait, there's two. Oh, one was 1,700 value. I'm not sure what it's been up to, but probably stomping Rat Ogres, I would guess. This is the Blood Knight that was killing Throt a minute ago. Definitely a bad idea to engage onto these Clan Rats and Eshin Triads, and, I mean, Kemmler doesn't really need to be here either, but he is going to use a Wind of Death here. Ooh, and deletes this little blob of infantry. Kind of brilliant. Yeah, look at the undead, man. They just got Black Knights out the wazoo, just rampaging around. And the Skaven, they've been able to secure their backline a couple times now, but it's never been without losses. And, I mean, every time they finally finish cleaning up a pocket of mobility, there's another one waiting to just, like, storm back here and cause more problems. Good shot, point blank from that catapult, man. Really hammering that poor Black Knight. Black Knight, one of them is going to engage the Rat Ogres. Look at them putting the damage in against these things. And the other just skirts right around the edge of the fight and then gets into the artillery piece anyway. Good micro from Neeper there. Oh my god, another Wind of Death. Oh, oh my god. Oh, you hate to see it. Dude, I really do not recommend Wind of Death for most people to bring. This is definitely a matchup where it can be super impactful. And, hey, I mean... yeah. It may just be Skaven Slaves and some Clan Rats, but anything to break this battlefield up even more for the Skaven is going to help the Undead. Because the Undead have a very, very firmly held position over here. I mean, Skaven could spam out a bunch of Clan Rats to go take that, but they got bigger problems because they're struggling to cap any other second objective. So they don't really want to go and fight on a strong point for the Undead that can be reinforced, and they also just like are desperately trying to find the right tools to send out onto the field. You just aren't really able to do that cleanly. Catapult, actually alive. The crew was able to be saved, and they're going to get back on the catapult, but there was a Giselle over here, which is dead now. And Rat Ogres are pretty beat up after all of that. Devil's Schwarzhofen are going after the Doomflayers. Probably going to finish this off. I can't imagine these Doomflayers are going to survive this engagement. Getting terror routed already. Just run them down from here, probably. That'd be fine. More Vargeist on the field. Kemmler is running desperately from Throt. Throt is doing alright. His value's not terrible. 1,300 isn't bad. He's just not been able to find any high-impact targets. Oh, man, and his leadership dips into the negatives for just a moment too long, and he breaks. Brutal loss for them. The White Kings are just holding it down on the number 2 objective. Yeah, Nieper has a full triple cap now, so I think we can call this one. He's got, like, crypt ghouls on the field and everything now. He's, like, actually got some cap weight up on the points. You know, Königstein Stalkers are not an amazing unit, but they do have full cap weight as a pretty cheap skeleton. Zombie summons have been pretty disruptive, I would say. They've been very well placed by Nieper. He's done a great job of just using, you know, a handful of them to just, like, make it so that Skaven infantry are not able to adequately reinforce the middle. Sometimes that's really all you need them for. Zombies are good at 2 things. They're good at locking down missile units by just dropping them on top of them. They're good for boxing things in, and also for just dropping in front of reinforcements to objectives. Make sure to sign up for Otto's tournament. I'm probably playing in that. I guess I should sign up for it. Erp. How are the factions being determined? I just don't get how Kislev is being kept so high despite a low win rate. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I'll go ahead and check in. Get a little bit of time for this tournament starts. It's only 5 rounds, and the games go really quick on the website, which is nice. So it won't take nearly as long, and we can just keep doing our new player replays. I need to get some practice in, so I do really want to play. This is just one of the few days where I consistently don't have anything going on. It's just been tough, dude. There's just no time to do anything right now. Like I'm moving soon, so I'm just packing stuff up constantly. There's always some shenanigans happening. I love spending time with my partner, so we're always hanging out. Just a little bit more important than video games. As much as I love this game, I'm probably not going to be having the time that I want to spend practicing and getting into tournaments until I've actually completed my move. Which is in just a couple weeks, so it's not that bad. It's not win rate, it's based on the factions that got played the most. Okay, fair enough. So it's just forcing people to play the least popular factions. Gotcha. Let's watch this one. Let's watch some Tomb Kings action. We haven't seen them yet today. Or, well, we saw them earlier, but, it's just the one game. And we've seen a lot of greenskins, so it's one more. What's one more match with these guys? Really just want to see if Grinch is able to keep the momentum from that first round where he very, very, very cleanly dismantled the High Elves. He's honestly not finding a build that's too terribly different from the High Elf build that he beat. There's more archers and more infantry, but functionally it's about the same composition other than that. It's just more of all of those things. There's a Cetra and a Cimbrian War Sphinx, just a actual summon War Sphinx. Oh, and Cetra's also on it. Oh, that's nasty. Yeah, and Chosen of the Gods, and then just lots of Skeleton Spears. And a couple of Horse Archers. Skeleton Horse Archers will win the #1 objective over here pretty cleanly against Goblin Wolf Riders. Goblin Wolf Riders have, like, no armor, no HP. Short range, they just don't match up to the slightly superior Skeleton Horse Archers. Nakar Horseman moving out to the #1 objective to help hold on to that. A lot of bodies over here. Man, oh man, a lot of bodies over here. Goblins, Orc Air Boys, Orc Boys, Savage Orc Boys. And a big line in the middle that's not really moving forward right now. Being very patient and cautious with those units. I don't know why you've brought a nasty Skulker against Tomb Kings. I cannot really see them being useful. Ooh, actually, never mind. To go after artillery, they could be useful. It's like using a nasty Skulker to flank around and maybe try and shut down something like a Screaming Skull Catapult could be useful. That's really about it, though. Nakar Horsemen are screaming in to get after the Savage Orc War Boys who get hit by this Usurian's Incantation of Vengeance. Oh man, and Cetra insta-terror outs these poor guys. Okay, so I know your opponent is moving up a big portion of their army here. Honestly, just retreat all of your stuff here, get Chosen of the Gods back there. Commit your other War Sphinx to this side of the field and just crush all the units here. There's nothing to stop Cetra from just rampaging through all the infantry here now. Just completely crush the Boar Boy. You can rotate your cavalry to go with him too. Yeah, and going in, trying to get after this formation with the War Sphinx alone, gets it blobbed up on by the Broken Tusk mob and focus fired to death by all the Air Boys here. It's just too much. This is just a very risky dive that did not pay off at all, and one War Sphinx is already dead. Grinch with a big misplay there. Usurian's being used on the Broken Tusk mob, which is nice. One Savage Orc Air Boy is looking a little beat up. Just not enough skirmishing, to be honest. Attacking your opponent's main formation there, definitely a bad idea. Really probably wanted to fight over the #1, which is a much more bullyable position with your double single entity. And then your mobility and everything can rotate over there and help out. Like I said, you just probably wanted to be a little bit more patient, pull back, and form a line here to protect Chosen of the Gods while they poke down the archers over here. Because they are really good at killing Rugloods. Rugloods get folded up by Chosen pretty easily. Cetra is getting filled full of arrows. He's really not doing too hot right now. He's struggling pretty bad. He brought Blessed Blade of Petra, which is really cool. Flaming attacks, magic attacks, the blinded effect. I actually do think the Greenskins is a great matchup for this ability. I don't really recommend that item for most Tomb Kings matchups. Here, though, you do need Cetra to probably fight some more single entities than you might otherwise want him to in other matchups. And the blinded effect can really help him out with that. Plus, he can support mobile fights really well with it. We're going to be fighting a lot of Boar Boy Biggins, and being able to nerf their stats down to 0 is pretty awesome. It saves you money on the Necrotect. The Necrotect would have been really good here to bring out to support the other Kemerian War Sphinx, but Cetra doesn't count as a construct. It's just his mount, so he technically just stays counted as a standard undead, and really can only heal with the Restless Dead army ability, or the passive ability. Which is fine, it's just not always the best healing in the world. You can see Cetra is just not going to be able to carry this game by himself. There's just entirely too many missiles, and the Tomb King's build is not really well situated for an early engagement. That early engage with the other War Sphinx is just... that's a huge loss to eat, and Grinch needed to pull back, and he just refused to take the time to reconstitute his forces for proper engagement. He's just too far on the other side of the field here. Greenskins are defending a much more constricted avenue of approach than the undead here, who are forced to trundle all the way to the other half of the field to get any kind of fight. That Vindictive Glare we saw a moment ago was pretty nasty. I mean, that really hurt these Nakara warriors something fierce. And they're getting poked by the Wolf Rider archers now. Wolf Rider archers, man, have been steadily putting pressure down. Value is really not that crazy, but steady and consistent, and they've got a much nicer target to shoot right now with these guys in the field. Not just shooting into shielded skeleton warriors. It's another reason why it would have been nice to delay the fights, because your opponent is not going to grind down your front line with the archers effectively at all. I mean, Savage Orc Air Boys do have a lot of ammo, but 550 gold units spending like 4 or 5 minutes blasting down 300 gold garbage infantry with silver shields is not ideal, and it would give tons of time for the Ushabti to come in and reinforce behind the front line, work out some of the Nehekara warriors, and then look for more opportunity engagement opportunities. Kind of a bad Vindictive Glare there. Didn't really get much done. Greenskins are holding pretty nicely. They're in a winning spot right now. They just need to make sure that they continue to reinforce the number 2 objective. They should be pretty well set. They've got a decent number of archers left, so they can just poke the Ushabti with those guys. Just to whittle them down before the Boar Boy Biggins bring home the big charge and try and finish them off. Skeleton Horse Archers crumbling out here, getting lit up by the anti-large bonus of the Boar Boys. Ooh, and Savage Orc Boar Boys find the Ushabti on the retreat. Do a very good job of isolating them away from any other support. Probably going to bring them down in short order. Another Vindictive Glare, just killing a few Nehekara horsemen. Nothing to write home about, but still value. A little bit of something, I guess. Took a lot more HP off than models, but that's fine, because you've already got the superior cavalry. You just want to be able to use it, I guess, to wear these guys down and guarantee that the Boar Boys can win that fight in the first few opening moments after their collision. Ushabti are holding the line here. They've got an okay value, and they didn't really have tremendous support for a lot of this one. So you can kind of see why the layering with the skeleton spears and Nehekara warriors is so useful and important for Ushabti, because they can get tremendous value if they're just fighting with other Tomb King's units. When they get put in a position where they're on the exposed end of a line and their models are getting surrounded, they're kind of big and bulky, so It's very easy for multiple entities to be hitting them at once. Alright, we can fast forward through this one. This is at the stage of the game where it's just a matter of time. You know, if somebody like Cetra were still alive, then maybe the Tomb Kings could flip this, but without the big terror causing monsters, odds are not so good. Good value on all the archers. Ruglets didn't do that great. They got pretty hard focused by Chosen of the Gods. These guys got 1700 value, which is awesome. Only 134 on this War Sphinx is brutal. Even if it had just gotten about as much as Cetra, Tomb Kings would have been in a way better situation in the late game. To been able to maybe route some of the archers off the field, perhaps, or just break them and cause a bunch of chaos. I don't know. I'm not 100 on what the best strategy would have been to guarantee a win there. It would have been a hard scrap no matter what. Greenskins are actually pretty good against the Tomb Kings in general. But just holding back and using all the Chosen of the Gods ammo early would have probably been the best start. Tomb Kings just don't win the front line. So you gotta kill all their archers, and then you can use the War Sphinxes to bait your opponent's Boar Boys in to get countercharged by your own horsemen. And then also tear out all of the Orc Boys. And get rid of all the infantry. Everyone is playing a counter to Skaven. Yeah, Skaven are just a faction, man, where if you're bringing them in, a single faction tournament, you're just going to run into bad matchups. It's really tough to get the right matchups on the Skaven, to be honest, because they've got really good matchups against all the ranged factions in the game, except for maybe Vampire Coast. But then they're really quite weak to just about every faction that's got some, like, decent, like, melee pressure. Counts, Khorne, you know, Slaanesh, Greenskins, Norska, you know, Tomb Kings, Nurgle... Ogre Kingdoms, I would say as well. Skaven can beat Ogre Kingdoms. It's not, like, super great for them, though. Chaos Dowie. Chaos Dowie can just absolutely stomp Skaven. Provided they can use their Iron Demons effectively, though. All of their bad matchups, you know, like, I would say the problem with the Skaven's bad matchups isn't that they're, like, you know, super unfavorable. It's just that the way the Skaven work leaves them very vulnerable against those melee-heavy, aggressive factions to just get completely bodied in the opening of the game and never be able to, like, fix the front line situation. You've really got to scrape for every bit of value on your weapon teams as Skaven. And factions that counter the weapon teams, like, really hard just by running them down effectively, it gets sweaty. It gets really freaking sweaty. I mean, the Khorne Skaven matchup is a little bit of a back and forth. Either Khorne is going to absolutely crush the Skaven in the first main engagement, or the Skaven are going to poke Khorne hard enough to stop them from breaking through, and then just push them back off the field. The matchup plays out pretty closely along those lines more often than not. If Khorne breaks up the Skaven formation, it's over for the Skaven, though. They literally cannot do anything against Khorne if their front line starts to fall apart and weapon teams start going offline. And I think we got... Well, actually, we're going to hold off on another replay for a minute. Yeah, if Khorne gets... Yeah, Khorne is like the ultimate... If you get your dive right the first time, then you can really stomp on people. It can be a little tough to actually manage that, though. We'll see how this tournament goes. I'm just gonna play Khorne. I'm really not worried about doing anything fancy. Hopefully I can get some freaking wins, dude. I played so poorly in the tournament a few days ago. Or at least I felt like I did. My opponents were definitely making really good plays to punish my mistakes, but I was leaving a lot of value on the table at many different turns. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, get ready for the start of this upcoming tournament. And we'll get back to new player replays towards the end as semis and finals roll in. We'll jump in and watch those and maybe do a couple of others after that. And then we'll be done. So, got like maybe a couple hours more. Stay tuned for the rest, folks. Alright, goblins, I'm back. Let's do this. You got a Red Duke game? Okay, hell yeah, that'd be awesome. I'd love to see that. Presume in the new player tournament, right? Let's grab some other replays as well. Watched all these, right? Did not watch Dirk's game. While we're waiting for the tournament to start, I'm gonna grab round 3 and 4 games. So we haven't seen this one yet. Ignore this. Just making sure that we don't have duplicates. Which I don't think we do. Oh, this is one we've watched. Gnome and Nighttime, which we'll get to later. Alright, let's set up and get ready for people. Let's see what we can do. See who we're gonna get for our round 1 game. So it should be kicking off like right now. 4 minutes to start. Okay. There's a lot of people in the tournament. Oh, including Berserk. Berserk is here, which is scary. Oh, Berserk and I have played probably 10 times. I think I've beaten him twice, maybe 3 times. He's had my number every single time, just about. Although I have beaten him a little bit more often lately. So Dreadmaw is banned and Mask is banned. Oh, and yeah, the Shadow Walkers don't need to be banned because High Elves are not playable in this tournament. Okay. So Bretonia, Chaos Dwarves, Demons, Dwarves, Grand Cathane, Khorne, Nurgle, Ogre Kingdom, Slaanesh Tzeentch, Coast, and Counts are all open and available. Wild. Counts are doing pretty good. 57% win rate is nice. I just hope I'm gonna be able to bring my my win rate up. It's pretty bad right now. Played 7 games and I've lost 4 of them. It's kind of tragic. I guess, actually, while we wait for the tournament to actually start, I can show off the one replay that I did win from the tournament the other day. My game against Von Karstein here. This one was a bit of a, this one was a scrap, for sure. It's a pretty fun, high elf build, actually. I really enjoyed, scrapping against this. So, I'm running Valkia, Bellowers, Double Horseman, Fleshhound, and a Chaos Warhound. I've actually really liked running, like, one Fleshhound early lately. I used to run a really heavy mobile opener for Khorne for a while, but kind of fell away from it.
All warriors may claim noble
Coming back
ideals,
around.
but they simply crave the glory of taking life.
So yeah, Valkia's amped up as hell. She's ready to go. Chaos Warriors of Khorne are going to move in. I've got double Khorne Gore going to the high ground objective. Just immediately attack these Illyrian Reavers. Warhounds and Fleshhounds are very fast units. My opponent did get a little too close, so took the opportunity to get some freebies in there. Fleshhounds got 100 value, so, I mean, they can do good damage on the charge. The issue with Fleshhounds has never been, that they're not really like a... Like, their stats and everything are very well suited for what they, are intended for, other than their leadership. Their leadership being at 60, I think, is a little low. If Fleshhounds had 65 leadership, I actually think they'd be pretty perfectly balanced. Because they're just not breaking the game if they stick around a little longer. I mean, they're a non-AP, like, fairly squishy unit, to be honest. They really don't have anything that crazy going on. So, Bellowers, I'm rolling forward. I'm looking for opportunities to get shots in here. Hellforge Bellowers is a great unit, but it's very micro-intensive, and it's very bad at shooting up hills, as you might imagine. Its shots just plow directly into the hillside there, doing nothing for me. We are holding the number 3 objective. My goal here is to just try and delay the high elves from capping any points as long as possible. I really want to just kind of run them through the ringer in the early game as much as possible by denying them any kind of early cap lead. So, we get almost 250 tickets before they even get 0. In fact, we get well more. Company of the Calendarians up on the point. We try and get a shot off in the Blades of Hoeth. Only one of the shots actually squeaks through, but it does kill 4 models, or 6 models rather. It does some pretty nice damage. Tyrion tries to commit here, and I land with Valkia to just punish him. You know, Tyrion is a really good duelist. He's also got his Feint and Ride Post here, which is annoying. Nonetheless, I am fine with taking this fight, because I do just have, like, good bodies in here. Some decent numbers. Hellforge Bellowers actually is going to stop the Illyrian Reaver Cav from getting a super clean charge on my horsemen. My horsemen are in a little bit of trouble, but I'm busy trying to get Valkia out of this fight. Pile into the combat, and I'm just trying to get as much damage off here as possible, while the Bellowers is going to squeak out, and I'm looking either for some good rear charges onto this mobile fight, or shots on the Blades of Hoeth. Blades of Hoeth are starting to scream in, looking like a real scary unit that I really don't want to have to deal with. And more Illyrian Reaver Cav are on the way in. You can see me just continuing to pull back. I've got my Chaos Warrior mucking up the works for a lot of these Illyrian Reaver Cav right now. My opponent's losing a lot of mobility here. Now, he does have a value lead. He has beaten up on quite a few of my units. He just hasn't done, like, ruinous damage to anything, really. On the other side of the field here, I'm using my Khorne Gores and now a bunch of Blood Beasts to go after the Company of the Calendarian. Really looking to bully these guys. I've got Blood Beasts over here moving out to engage the Rangers with the assistance of the Khorne Gores. Big damage from the Blood Beasts. They are so good on the charge. They do insane damage. Chaos Warriors getting cleaned up by the Sea Elemental. Sea Elemental is doing some really good work for my opponent, but we are punishing the Illyrian Reaver core. All he's got are a couple of beat-up Illyrian Reaver archer units. Which really isn't too scary. I'm very happy with the situation that we're in now. Blades of Hoeth have gotten some decent value. I haven't really been able to get the shots on them that I've really been looking for, but we're just brutally overrunning our opponent on the high ground. Using our Blood Beasts to break all of this infantry on the outside of the map. We've got triple Blood Beast in now, so... gonna be looking for good engagements on the Fireborn as a result. We get a beautiful shot on the Blades of Hoeth, chipping a bunch of models off those guys. Hellforge Bellowers has about 600 value, which ain't bad at all. And the Fleshhounds have been really good mass, and they've actually gotten their value back, which is amazing. Super jazzed about that. I've got my Horsemen continuing to throw axes. They've actually gotten pretty good value so far. One of them sitting around 500, the other halfway to paying for itself. Chunky shot here. Blades of Hoeth getting manhandled by the Bellowers alone. Just gonna pull back a little bit with one of the Blood Beasts while the other two try to get off on the flank of the Fireborn and bring home a pretty decent charge against these guys. They get a lot of buffs here, though. Wissen's Wild Form and Harmonic Convergence is a lot of magic to be dumping into these guys. It's a pretty cool build. I mean, the buffs, as I said, are typically really, really, really effective against Khorne, because you can't mitigate the buffs at all. And it gets pretty painful. More Blades of Hoeth going down to the Bellowers. Just using this thing kind of on the outside of the fight to just poke as much as possible and be really annoying. If my opponent jumps out to go after it, I'd just retreat. Drop a Sloughtner here, right down the length of the blades. They take a bunch of damage from that, and they're getting to the point of no return here, I would say. Really not looking too hot for all the effort that they've been trying to put in this game. Khorngors get their Fury of the Skull Throne procced, and they're on top of a lot of large targets. There's Oceanids here, Fireborn here. Granted, neither of those are really amazing targets to be fighting. Just in terms of these being really elite units, it's definitely been tough for them, but they're kind of making it happen here. Hellforge Bellowers gets caught by the Fireborn, though. It doesn't have Phys-Res, so their anti-large attacks are doing max damage to this poor thing, and I'm just desperately trying to get away with it. It drops its movement order, though. Ends up taking a shot against the Silverhelms here. Hounds of the Blood Hunt, Furies ripping up the Illyrian Reavers. The Silverhelms didn't really get a great charge off either, so leaving me a little bit of room to potentially get get a little something done here. But, you know, despite getting some decent engagements, it's been really rough whenever the Sea Elemental has shown up. It is clearing all of my infantry, and I cannot do anything to stop it, really. It's been a nightmare engagement for me so far.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Bellowers dies. We've got a Blood Reaper on the shrine here. I've been testing these things out. They're really not bad at all. It's quite a decent unit. Very, very resilient with the Bloody Shackle, and Eternal Blade has actually turned out to be a half-decent item as well. Fairly long, like, buff period, and you get, 40 melee attack and a bunch of weapon strength, so this thing can turn into a little bit of a... I don't know, it's like a wood chipper. Once it starts, like, running stuff over with all the buffs procced. It's pretty nice, but Tyrion and the Lore Master of Hoeth are engaged on this guy now. My opponent's being very, very aggressive with Tyrion here. I'm trying my best to punish. And over here, we actually get 300 kills, and we drop a Sword of Khorne and delete the Rangers. And the Blades of Hoeth take a lot of damage, too. Basically on death's bed, Chaos Warriors here have gotten their value back and have held really nicely. And the Furies are going to just crumble out here in just a moment. Is the tournament? Oh, the tournament is going. Whoops. Oh, I'm up against final boss. Here, let's dip out of here. We can come back to that. Alright. I did not mean to exit out completely. It's fine. A restart before actually playing games is a good idea. See what we can do when we get into our games here. Boss is also somebody who plays a lot of Corn, so we could see a mirror match. Which I'd be thrilled to play. Actually really love the Corn mirror. It's super engaging to play in. The Corn mirror is fun because it can either be over in about 2 minutes, or it can go for the full, like, 25, for, like, an insanely long Dom game. Okay. So our maps are Tried Floodplain, Cassars, and Lost Temple of Sotek. So I get to ban one of these maps. Probably... I really don't like... Tried Floodplain is kind of a nightmare for Corn. I think I'm going to ban that. Cassars is a great map for Corn, and Lost Temple of Sotek is very manageable because there's lots of tree cover on that map. Minotaurs are very safe to use here because they have woodsmen, which is great. Means that they're always fighting very effectively on Lost Temple. The problem with Floodplain is just that the map makes it very easy for factions with like catapults or hell cannons to just abuse the absolute living hell out of you by just slamming their units in the back line, making them impossible to get after. Oh, we've got 3 factions that we gotta pick. I'll go Corn, Demons of Chaos, and whatever. I'll try some Slaanesh. Let's ban Bretonia. Bretonia is gonna be a nightmare for Demons of Chaos. I'm gonna swap y'all over so you can see me doing my picks and bans. I really don't even mind. As long as it pops up. Hello? No, it won't let you see. That's sad. Oh well. Demons of Chaos versus Bretonia has been banned. Demons of Chaos Vampire Coast has been banned. And Slaanesh Vampire Coast has been banned. I'm gonna ban... I'm gonna ban Corn Bretonia and Slaanesh Bretonia. No Bretonia for final boss. He's got his 2 bans left, so we'll see what he does. If I had to guess, he probably bans Slaanesh Nurgle. And then maybe Demons of Chaos Nurgle. Okay, bans Corn Count. He bans Corn Coast. And we've got... Okay, so I get to do either Corn Nurgle or Slanesh Nurgle. So we're gonna play Corn versus Nurgle. Because I really need to figure out how to beat them. Because I lost 2 games against Nurgle players in the last tournament I was in. And what map are we on? Cassars. This is a good map for Corn. Really, really nice. Can I swap y'all overs? Why does it not show up the way I want it to? I probably messed around with my settings and got it set up so that you can't see my browser. It's probably what it is. That's okay. Finally ditched Chrome. Like, I'm so sick of Google. They can eat my ass. They're the worst. Scum lords of the earth, honestly. Let's see what we can do. We're going to... We're gonna run a Herald. And a Karanak. We're gonna get... What are we gonna get? I'd love to run a Bloodthirster sometime and see what I can do with it. Oh, they're so bad, though. Really not a good unit. We're gonna get a couple Marauders, get a Chaos Warrior, and a couple Corn Gores. A couple Horsies, a Flesh Hound, a Minotaur early. Do we want to mine out early? Got a Chaos Knight. I've had some success with the Chaos Knights lately. It's an awkward spend. Need these guys for cap weight early. Let's get rid of this guy. Let's actually get an Exalted Bloodthirst, or Bloodletter. Do I want the extra mobility here? Yeah, I kind of do. I don't mind spending that money. Get rid of the Corn Gore and get a Forsaken, actually. Corn Gore's early against Nurgle actually might be kind of a terrible idea, so let's try and refrain from bringing that. Bellers is really good against Nurgle. To the point of being an auto-include unit, maybe. I need something to control their Air Force. Because Angels of Decay could come in and just nuke my Herald out of existence, and I can't really afford to let that happen. So maybe not those guys, then. Karanak, Prey, one less Fury, maybe. 2 more Horsemen. Just 1 more Marauder for cap weight. Maybe get rid of that guy and get another Chaos Warrior, I guess. It's a little bit of an odd build, but I'm ready to run. Clever players will always... Yeah, I mean, Fleshhound's leadership is just bad, so... you do whatever you can to try and protect Fleshhounds. I don't really bring more than a couple, ever. Like, Fleshhounds are best used as a supplementary unit for your army. They really are not a staple. They're, like, okay mass and solid countercharge. That's about it. You want to kind of, like, parlay them off of, like, heavier hitting, like, large units.
Slayer of Slayers!
Axfather's Marauders!
Blood for the Blood God!
Okay, so we're gonna get that point nice and early.
The Skull Taker's throws!
We'll have these guys and these guys go for the number 3. I might just have both of my Chaos Warriors trot over to the number 1 there. This is really open terrain, though. Although I think that's fine.
Marauders of Corn!
We'll just see what boss is going for. Okay, we're all set up here. Let's see what we can do, man. Okay, my opponent is setting up over there, so we'll just kind of rotate away from that. He's got a bunch of throwing axes. He's got Tammy. Tammy's on his big old thingy. Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle. He's got Forsaken. Get a nice little chunk of change.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Takers of Skulls! Follow the blood! All killers! Searching for battle!
He would like to try and overrun me there a little bit, I think.
We make claim.
Doesn't have any artillery to punish.
Marauders of Corn! Brothers in bloodletting!
If I sneak these guys over this way. How bad of an idea is that?
Expedite battle! Go with wrath!
He's really posting up heavy on this point. Let's keep these guys here and rotate these guys over.
Take it back.
Ah, run away, run away. Okay.
Follow the blood! Takers of Skull!
Let's get up on this point.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the
Let's move these guys off. Just gonna keep retreating. I mean, if he wants to shoot my guys with a bunch of throwing axes, then so be it. Could do Karanak. What's he got? He's got Barons of the Bog coming in. It's actually kind of a tricky unit. Let's get the Bellers out. I really just want to see what kind of damage I can do to the Forsaken, mostly.
Blade and flame! A brutal path! Searching for battle!
Yeah, he's gonna try and throw some axes.
Father's Marauders!
Tammy is really just chilling and looking to cause some absolute fucking shenanigans and mayhem.
They will cower.
Okay. I actually think I have a bit of an opportunity to maybe get some decent damage off on Tamerkhan over there.
Followers of chaos.
He's got units farting around out here. I'm gonna bring a really deep set Korngor out and see if we can do something. Alright, I'm netting him down just for a moment because what I really want to do is try and get some damage here.
Brothers in bloodletting.
Alright, he's gonna land here, and we're just gonna, like, turn around and kill everything here. As best we can. And now we just gotta get out.
By chaos.
I gotta move these guys back out. I've completely forgot about them. Definitely a big boo-boo on my part. Very, very silly mistake.
Chaos warriors of Korn. Close on the sheet. Glorious mutilation.
Destroy!
We flee.
Ooh, get the Bellors away! Run! Let's get Karanak in. Go after him. Let's keep charging.
Axe-Father's marauders. Lead us to mortals. Taking stealth.
Oh, he's got the Rotting Riders on the land. These guys rotated so freaking slow, dude.
Chaos warriors!
Ridiculous.
Glorious devastation. Rush of blood.
One of your units has been destroyed.
We never even took the middle point. We have been completely unable.
Evisceration.
Gouge! Mutilate!
Alright, now this is like maybe our opportunity to get this going here.
Axe-Father's marauders.
We're doing some really big damage to Tammy here. I did not stop my opponent from being able to cast, though, which is a bit of a problem. These guys are just trying to hold, see if we can kill the Barons of the Bog.
Takers of skulls.
My opponent really just did not bring anything the Bellers can shoot, actually. I've actually kind of made a big mistake by bringing them in, if I'm being honest. Like, they're just really not the unit that I need right now.
Sent by chaos.
Taker of skulls!
Oh, God. Let's get out of here. Oh, the Rotting Riders are here. No, Karanak, run! God damn it, dude. I've fumbled Karanak. Karanak is 100% dead here, and, I might be cooked if he dies.
Rivers of blood.
I keep forgetting all my units. Ugh, I'm playing like crap. Again, dude. I've really not been sharp lately in these games. I've been struggling so mightily, and it's been so painful. Yeah, and I just threw my lord away like an absolute fucking idiot. Oh my god, dude.
Marauders of Korn.
Rampaging forth!
Yes.
Korn's greatest warriors! Gods do not
Yeah, big boob move on my part. I've probably lost this game because of all of my rancid plays here, dude. They have been smelly, big, bad, not good plays. I'm summoning all my stuff in at the wrong spawn points, too. God, dude.
glorious brutality!
Is my lord gonna crumble randomly?
Courage incarnate!
It would make so much sense if he just completely crumbled out here.
Marauders of Korn.
It would be very on brand. And there he goes. Starts to crumble.
Brothers in bloodletting!
Just try and fight all this stuff off here. Tammy got a gigantic heal.
Knights of Korn.
The Rotting Riders are approaching. Let's try and get away. Let's see if we can get them stuck on corn gores.
Lead us to mortals!
Yeah, my lord is gonna die here, and that's gonna lose me the game, dude.
Destroy. Make claim. Bring torment.
No. The enemy has
That's a
slain
disaster,
our lord.
dude. Ugh. Yeah.
Knights of Corn!
I fumbled this one. I positioned poorly. I let my lord get absolutely swatted by the Rotting Riders. Same with Karanak.
You have been
Not
destined
using my
for
whole
his
army.
only defeat.
Oh, God, dude. I'm playing like Garbo. I had to lock in. So what I needed to do, instead of going for that stupid flank with the Exalted Bloodletters and splitting my attention, what I needed to do was just go more fisticuffs and just bring more aggressive units and not faff about with the Bellowers. Because it didn't do anything. There was like no avenues for shots. Rotting Riders, hard counter it. He didn't bring any infantry. He just went full mobility. And he punished me so freaking hard. So, I cry. Yeah. Alright, that's okay. Wait for our next game. We'll play better. We got Von Karstein again. Ooh, okay. He banned Chateau. Boss did great that last game. I'm just an absolute forehead against Nurgle right now. So we got Altar or a Ragnarok Lair. I'll pick a Ragnarok. We'll go Slaanesh, Corn, and Counts. Let's see if we can rally back after a bad round one. I also think I'm just psyching myself out against Nurgle. Like, I know what works against them, and maybe I should just be running that until I can maybe be more comfortable in flexing out onto units that are maybe a little bit different from the standard fare. We're gonna ban Count's Bretonia. So he is also picked Slaanesh. It's, I'm Khorne, Count, and Slaanesh, and he's Slaanesh, Bretonia, and Chaos Dowie. Yeah, banning out Chorfs. He's got 2 bans left. He can probably force me onto Khorne Slaanesh or something. Or maybe Count Slaanesh. That would be kind of a nightmare. Slaanesh is really good against both those factions. I mean, Khorne Slaanesh is a little bit less terrible, but it's not great. He's banning out the mirror match, and what else? Oh my god, I got 2 of the worst. 2 terrible matchups to pick from. I'll play Slaanesh into Bretonia and just see how this works out. This could be a total catastrophe, for all I know. Okay, he's setting up a lobby. I'll join him. Hmm. Domineering aura might not be bad. I think I am gonna run a Zazel. I'm gonna go 2 Fiends. Love Hell Scourge Warriors. They're stupid strong. Actually, let's just run 1 Horseman. I don't know about Devotees. Probably not a very good choice. Pleasure Snakes are kind of awesome. Probably save them for later. Not bring them in at the beginning. Pavane or Phantasmagoria, though? Maybe Hysterical Frenzy? I actually think I'm going to run this, because I want to go for a bit of a army ability spell spam style. I think it can actually work pretty nicely. It definitely need some Furies, because these Furies have AP. When they rear charge, which is pretty freaking sick. So I'd really love to see them tear some stuff up. Could go Heart Seekers, probably not going to. Honestly, I don't know if I need Riders of the Mighty Serpent. They provide leadership, though, which is really nice, and it is kind of good to have a missile to, like, poke people with. Exalted Hero has, Rock of Inevitability, which is pretty crazy. So many debuffs, dude. Holy scheisse. Alright, whatever. I don't really know what's super great for Slaanesh against Bretonnia, so... Kinda relying on, throwing it at the wall. So, I mean, I'm bringing the Exalted Hero for sure, because, gonna be really good for dueling maybe, like, Lewin or somebody. Poison, good weapon strength. Armor, leadership, a shield. Really a lot to like about him. We got some really solid infantry in the Chaos Warriors. It's all pretty solid. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Ragnarok Lair is a pretty good map for Slaanesh because it's got some terrain features that you can use your Strider to great effect on. A lot of it's open map, but there might be a little bit of play out of the forests in a couple of these areas. I really don't know how Azazel is going to do here. He's one of the big potential weak points because he's very lightly armored. He's a really good assassin type character. I've got some good spells for him. If we can charge up our army abilities, maybe we'll be able to bully people. So these guys, they can all be in group 3.
Pain and despair.
I'm gonna cap some points for me early.
Born to suffer. Warriors of Slaanesh.
And the Hellscourge Warriors are going to take the number 2 and the number 1, ideally. We're going to not fight over all 3 points like I did last game, because that was just a gigantic disaster. That was a huge, huge mistake on my part. One that I know better than to commit. Brought a huge army. He's got 30 units in total, which means that the majority of his army is really elite. In the reserves, at least. It's going to be like Knights of the Realm and probably some Grail Knights and stuff. And then he's just got like 1 million men-at-arms and Peasant Mob and other Garbo units like that. Azazel might be able to get some huge terror routes with Demon Blade here, if he's brought this big of an army. And Blissful Rapture is going to be useful, because it is a big melee attack buff. And, I mean, for 10 seconds, with some spell support, with Acquiescence and Hysterical Frenzy, maybe we can just have it going all game. And the army abilities are like my proper snares.
Prince of Damnation. Seeking Slaanesh's embrace.
Of course.
Okay, so yeah, he's got the Mounted Yeoman. Let's just pull back with these guys for a sec.
For chaos.
Delicious slaughter.
Riders of the Serpent.
Watch me fly. To the next victory.
We have a victory
Dodge.
point. Keep it from the foe.
He's gonna get a pull back. He's got a lot of peasant bowmen. He's got a lot of archers, which I don't think is gonna be very good against my core of units.
The eternal hunter. Seeking punishment. Moving. They will regret that. Azazel moves.
Pain and despair.
Sent Knight of the Realm. Okay.
Hellstriders.
Okay.
Look how they dance. Warriors of Slaanesh.
So look, these Chaos Warriors, I'm just moving them in. They're just going straight up the pipe to start attacking people.
Azazel, Prince of Damnation.
And my opponent's actually making a positioning mistake here, I think.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Let's get the Pleasure Seeker in.
No restraint.
And let's see what the Pleasure Snakes can do here. Let's give these guys Hysterical Frenzy. Acquiescence them. Let's get the Fiends out of here.
Souls for Slaanesh.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
Why are
Take it
my
back.
Fiends moving at like 0.2 speed?
Dark bargain.
All for Slaanesh. The Demon Blade thirsts. We relish deviancy. Slice! The Demon Blade thirsts. Fear our speed.
That's not the end of the world.
You have the foe's victory point.
Hellstriders of Slaanesh!
Okay, Hellstriders get smashed up a little bit. Our Chaos Warriors are holding really nicely, but I'm not really, like, breaking through anything.
Marauders of Slaanesh!
It's a little bit annoying.
Yes! Consume them!
Let's see, guys. Got Knights of the Realm over here.
The rush of carnage! Shower them!
Let's get Azazel up in the air and out of here. Let's get these guys out.
Slay them!
Shock and awe!
Speed and death!
Slice! Delicious slaughter!
7 sevens!
That is wise. The arcane power of
I might have used my first spell a little early.
Azazel.
Azazel's
Prince
really
of
not
Damnation.
doing a damn thing. He's just stuck in all these bodies.
The demon
And he
blade.
can't get out.
Warriors of Slaanesh. Evil unbound.
Decadence Seekers.
Azazel!
Of damnation.
Ugh. What a muppet, dude. He's dead.
Agreed.
I'm gonna not be dog shit at the game one day. That'd be really nice. So right now, it's just
Slaanesh.
complete and utter mess.
Ravage them.
Dude, these Seekers are getting destroyed.
Daemonat of Slaanesh.
Rip.
You have been defeated.
Yikes. He actually only had 2 archers in here. Man, Alberic was the one putting in all the work. Oh my god, it's 1600 value. And then the Earthbloods. It's too much healing. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Bretonia, of all the other mobility factions, has probably got to be the best option against Slaanesh on average. Maybe I should bring T'Challa and try to use the Elixir and the Whirlwind to punish that blob. Maybe forget about the Exalted Hero. I'd do the Chaos Warriors again for sure. They were great. Absolutely indisputably effective. Still think I'd bring Furies. Maybe I wouldn't bring the Horsemen. Didn't seem that good. The Hellstriders are important. Maybe a Devotee crossbow would be nice. I mean, they get outranged by the, They get outranged by the Peasant Bowmen. But if they can counterfire the, throwing axes, that, or not the throwing axes, but the mounted yeoman archers, that alone would be pretty huge. And maybe the Rock of Inevitability was what I really needed. Dude, Azazel was garbage, though. Ugh. He just got stuck and then he died. He was completely ineffective. This is a very bad dive on my part, yeah, but I don't know. The other option was the Exalted Keeper of Secrets, Melkoth's Enfeebling Foe. Probably run Pendulum against Bretonia, just to kill all their infantry. Like a nice big slap across the face. So all the little bodies were irritating me in my mobility fights, and I didn't have the Chaos Warrior coverage that I was looking for. So maybe that's what I do. Run those guys, run him, get some Hellstriders. Get a couple spears, perhaps. Go for a bit of an armor push against Bretonia, which is always good. Early cap weight, Pleasure Seekers, Double Fiend. Maybe one more Hellstrider. Couple Slangors, an Exalted Demonette, maybe. Maybe something a little bit more along those lines. I don't really know, man. Ugh, one of these days I'm gonna stop getting my ass kicked. Sometimes you just gotta take the lumps, though. Improvement comes and goes and drips and drabs. It's not a straight line. Let's watch some new player matches in the meantime, while we wait for the next round.
Fight!
Okay. So we've got Cappy versus Robot. Robot is running a pretty different build from what we saw last time. It's got a Fire Rain Rocket trotting forward. Jade Warrior Crossbows are moving in. Celestial Dragon Guard are guarding in front. Couple Jade Lancers, which is nice. Yeah, and Shooting Gun Lord on horseback this time. So I'm going to be able to support a little bit better and probably run away from some less opportune fights. Natty Booba's Sharpshooters are up. Plagueclaw Catapults out. Couple Night Runners in the front. Rat Ogres. 3 of them in the trees running around. Some Storm Vermin with them. Ashen Triads to maybe guard the artillery and the Jezzail. Fire Rain Rocket opens up and misses every freaking shot immediately. Very painful to see. Come on, do something. There we go. Does a little bit of damage to the Night Runners. It'd be nice to be able to break up the Skaven Slave Swarm here. Just get them running in a little bit of terror early. Trying to shoot at Wolf Rats. We'll see if it makes good contact. It's like 1 Lucky Rocket in. The second Fire Rain Rocket is out. Dude, I don't think he's going to be able to save his own artillery here unless he pulls the Jade Lancers over. Gets a really nice volley off on the Wolf Rats, and that might be enough to save the Fire Rain Rocket here. That was a little bit That was a little bit scary. I mean, if you've got the double artillery out, just having your Jade Lancers posted up back here to make sure that it stays alive is a really good idea. Rat Ogres are going to charge down these Jade Lancers, get some good damage on them immediately. Rat Ogres over here are going to beat up on these guys. Robot's definitely going to have to pull those guys back, and he's going to have to pull them back a long way. Oh, and now he's being forced up over here by the Plague Claw Catapult. Oh, double Plague Claw Catapult. So it's kind of a double artillery build for both sides. The benefit for the Skaven, though, is they have way cheaper cap weight. They can throw out 300 gold clan rats and just stuff the points endlessly. Oh my god, and the Plague Claw Catapults are demolishing the Celestial Dragon Guard and the Jade Warrior crossbows, man. This is what I'm talking about with the Skaven being able to counter other shooting factions. They've got cheaper artillery, they've got Jezzails, obviously, who are an incredible unit with Shield Breaker, and especially Natty Bubo's sharpshooters being invisible with Stalk and Snipe. It's a nightmare scenario right now. Being forced forward like this by the Skaven is never a good position to be in, and these catapults are crazy accurate. God, they just are not letting up, and the second Jade Warrior crossbow's running, and now it's just a one Celestial Dragon Guard trying to fight a bunch of clan rats. Constellation of the Dragon is not really meant for that. Stormvermin and Halberds are getting lit up by the Fire Rain rockets, at least. Oh, but a Wolf Rat sneaks around the side, and once again the artillery, left undefended for even a moment, just gets absolutely folded up. You can see the Fire Rain rockets, if they're not hitting multiple shots each time, that damage drop-off, because they don't have the armor-piercing values, like the Hellstorm rocket batteries for the Empire do, for example, leaving it looking very ineffective against the Stormvermin. It's got to hit most of its shots to get good damage on this unit. It's just not. Celestial Dragon Guard are holding fine over there, just killing a bunch of garbage, but the catapults are routing Jade Warriors off of the home objective of Grand Cathay right now. Yeah, and the Rat Ogres also get a leadership break on the Fire Rain rocket, while Shugengan Lord is getting tangled up in Rat Ogres pretty fierce, and doing very poorly in the engagement. Rat Ogres are very, very good at circle beating anything that they surround. Especially single entity-wise, they're getting some incredible work done. This one Rat Ogre is 1,600 value. Wow, and the catapults are firing all the way back in the spawn of Cathay at this point now. Catapult here's pushed up, hitting the Celestial Dragon Guard. Jade Lancers and everything are able to kill the Rat Ogre, but their artillery is dead and gone. I guess this one could rally back. Are there artillery pieces alive, though? The artillery is completely smashed and useless, so they're gonna have to get unsummoned. Breath Attack, hitting the Eschentrads and doing some decent damage. It's gonna be a Constellation of the Dragon. It's gonna do good damage to the, infantry. But it does nuke the Jade Warriors, and it does nothing to help the Shugengan Lord against these Rat Ogres here. Yeah, Cathay is really getting overrun now. It's been all downhill this entire game, really, from the get-go. Skaven established a really nice ranged advantage early. Got some great value at the Natty Bubos, and then crushed the infantry corps as it advanced forward up here. Rat Ogres just aggressively ran down Jade Lancers, and the Jade Lancers got caught out really badly. Now the Skaven can just freely push their artillery forward and just spawn camp Cathay at this point. Crossbows are opening up from the flank, shooting at the storm vermin, but not really getting a whole lot done in the process. Iron Hilt Gunner's really lucky that those catapults didn't hit them square, because they'd be completely dead if that had been the case. Just like how the Jade Warrior crossbows are learning a very, very painful lesson in manners. Oh my god, dude.
Glorious! You have killed an enemy lord.
Dude, Plague Claw catapults just feel like they're built different, as opposed to like the Fire Rain rocket. I mean, these have been hitting some crazy pinpoint shots so far. It helps that the contamination effect is also breaking leadership a lot. People don't always, you know, respect the leadership damage of artillery. I think the Skaven here have utilized it to incredible effect, because they've been hitting blobs of units and just insta-giving entire portions of this army. Nanny Bubo's sharpshooters are moving up, trying to get in range of that Fire Rain rocket. He doesn't really realize he doesn't need to shoot this because the artillery pieces have all been destroyed. And honestly, he's got the Skaven slaves just running after these guys, so he can just escort them off the map at this point. I don't even think that Cathay is going to be able to stop the rampage of these guys. Alright, sorry about that. Doomflayer's on the way in just to stuff some units back. And okay, we finally got our next round game. Give me a sec. Let me message Czar. Let him know we're up. This game is pretty much over. I'm just kind of leave it peter out. See if we can finally get a win here in this next round. See, Cathay is trying to like push back out, and the Skaven's entire battle line is just geared up, waiting for them on the home objective. God, the Jade Warriors can't even get in. And Doomflayer's just clowning in the back line. And the Jade Lancers are just stuck on a bunch of bodies. Natty Bubos are going to wheel around. They're going to open up. Jet Lion can get shot down by those guys. I've also noticed a tendency for Dead Robot to not use any of the bound abilities on the Jet Lion, for example.
I knew it.
I mean, Missile Mirror really isn't that good, but you might as well use it if it's on the unit and you decided to bring it in, so... leaving it on the table, definitely a little bit suboptimal. We've all been there. I have no room to speak today. I've been playing, like, Steam dog shit so far. Hopefully we can flip this around with our round 3 game. Let's run Hashett's Oil Fields. Just run Corn Demon's Slanesh again. Just see what we can do. Okay, so he's playing Bretonia. I definitely don't want to play the Bretonia-Slanesh matchup again. That felt really bad. See if we can get something a little bit different. He's got very similar factions to what I'm running. He's also running Corn and Slanesh. Azazel's okay in combat. I thought he would do a lot better than he did, but he got blobbed up on the ground, and the problem is that I didn't have anything to counter. To punish any blobbing by the Bretonnians. It kind of turned into my nightmare. I'm gonna ban out the Slanesh Mirror. I've banned Demons and Bretonia. Bretonia just fold me up on Slanesh and Demons. He banned out Khorne Bretonia, which is interesting. Probably not wanting any of the smoke from the Khorne Halberds. Chaos Warrior Halberds of Khorne just absolutely dunk on Bretonia. He's got one ban left. He banned Demons versus Slanesh. Alright. We're doing a Khorne mirror match. Let's see if I can avoid fumbling this game too. I've already thrown 2 games. And did it in spectacularly ineffectual style. Okay, so let's see what Hashett's oil fields ends up looking like. I'm gonna run a little bit of a different Scarbrand this game. Run, how many Khorngors do we want to run? Probably none, actually. Let's run some Bloodletters behind this. Ooh. Heralds? Just, you know what? Let's commit to a funsies build. I've already done poorly. Let's do something a little bit off the wall. Get 1 Minotaur and a couple Blood Beasts. What else do we want? We got 2,500 left. Could get Bloodwake Berserkers, but probably not. Run maybe a Skull Reaper. Maybe go even heavier into the mobility. Let's do Hounds of the Blood Hunt. And we'll do basic Wrathmonger. Why not? It's a super heavy mobility build. I've been very, very poor with my mobile play, so that's clearly where I need to sharpen up. So I need to stretch myself. I need to figure out how exactly it is I'm gonna manage my mobile play. Alright. Fairly similarly sized armies. I doubt he brought the, I doubt he brought the Heralds. I'm curious to see if the Heralds can get anything done. Probably not. Be shocked if they were a carry unit. They're not bad. The Heralds of Khorne's Fury are actually kind of good in some matchups. They tend to just be markedly inferior to the Knights of the Brazen Throne for obvious reasons. Knights of the Brazen Throne do way more damage on the charge, plus these, plus they cause terror.
Marauders of Corn! We serve the slaughterer!
Okay.
Blood! Skulls! Slaughter!
Let's see what we can do.
Brothers in bloodletting.
Axe-Father's Marauders! Takers of skulls! Blade and flame!
Wolffather's warriors.
Drag us to his thrones! Move! Close on the shade!
Sent by Corn.
Yeah, he's got... Oh, his Scarbrand's rampaging my horsemen over here. Oh my god.
Marauders of Corn! Axes must
Let's see if we can kill these guys. He's turning around to try and attack me here.
Yes!
Oh my god. God, we just got absolutely annihilated over here.
Marauders of Corn! Axe-Father's Marauders!
Okay, we got a little bit of something going here, but we're losing a lot of goods. Yeah, oh my god, all my horsemen got run off the field already. It's a huge catastrophe.
Marauders attack! Axe-Father's Marauders!
See if we can cycle charge here a little bit. Oh, god damn it, dude. Okay.
Marauders of Corn! Without fear!
See if we can get these guys back. Let's get these dudes out, away from the corn gores. The Marauders are scrapping and just trying to get something done, honestly. It's not going well, again, already.
Axe-Father's Marauders! Corn's greatest warrior!
Let's see if we can pin in his Scarbrand and get a kill on him. Because we've actually got him very trapped up here. We can get a Blood Beast in to help out.
Axe-Father's Marauders!
Scarbrand! Don't you do it. Don't you freaking do it, bud. Okay, we're getting a little bit of value back. Yeah, these guys are struggling a little bit right now. Broke these guys. Let's rally back and kill his infantry, and he's got a bunch of dudes just kind of doing nothing over here.
Glorious devastation!
Okay, the melee fight is recovering just a little bit here. Let's just force fights onto these Minotaurs and see if we can improve our position from there. Use our Marauders to try and get some work done here. Alright, we're gonna use our Horn of Corn over here to try and secure this win. He's got a big surround on me now. Oh no, please. go.
Wondrous suffering.
Okay, the heralds are doing okay. We killed his Scarbrand, which is cute. I think my Scarbrand may end up dying here anyways. Come on, Scarbrand, do it. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
The exiled one.
Dude, there's like nothing on the field anymore for either one of us. Let's get a Blood Beast up. Hey, yeah, my Minos are gonna lose to his. We got the point here.
Yes, Lord.
These guys need to get us.
Wolf-Father's warrior. Glory leads us on. Axe-Father's blessing. Blood, skulls, slaughter. On your feet.
Let's pull back here.
He said the slaughter.
Throwing axes up.
Seek out slaughter.
Bloodletters are gonna get in here, and we're gonna go for it.
Violence as hysteria. Cold smile. Move out. Yes.
He said the slaughterer.
Insufficient slaughter here.
See if we can break this. Oh, this cap is taking forever.
We must flee.
Definitely not ideal.
Axes must
Okay.
We serve the slaughter.
Axe-Father's marauders.
I think we can break this still. Scarbrand's gonna die. That's not great.
Marauders have called.
Blood for the blood god.
I think we can still win this game.
No! The enemy has slain our Lord.
Provided I don't start losing just like a ton of stuff here.
Serve the slaughter.
Just keep our charge bonuses going. The Blood Beasts are holding up a little bit here. Let's recharge this.
We serve
Let's get
the
these guys
slaughter.
forward. Oh, my Corngor's routed before they cap this point. That's great.
For orders of
Get over
cold.
here, guys. These guys are just gonna go for it. But the Herald's actually not doing terrible. Isn't that nice? That's really pleasant. Brace. We got a little bit of charge reflection on that.
Brothers in bloodletting. Axe-Father's marauders.
These guys are... Okay, they are gonna rally. Okay.
Deliver slaughter. We serve the slaughter.
Okay, those are flush hounds incoming over here.
Glorious brutality.
One of your units has been destroyed.
We serve the slaughterer. For orders of call.
I think we may end up winning by the barest ass hair of our
Yes.
pants, dude. I mean, this is an absolute ridiculous game.
You have the foe's victory point.
The Hounds of the Blood Hunt could anchor me really nicely here.
We must flee.
Come on, Blood Beasts. Please close this one out for me. I probably needed a Horseman, not a Bloodletter. Oh god, no! We're falling apart. The Hounds of the Blood Hunt are gonna crumble. They're surrounded now. So this is probably their end. These Bloodletters managed to stay alive. Damn.
Axe for this, my
Axe.
roaders!
Dang, I overcommitted there. That's a huge mistake. Probably a game-losing play as well, no less.
Yes!
Because my opponent is way up in points. He's able to get objectives way quicker than me.
Glorious brutality!
He held them really well.
Slaughter! Attack the mortals! Moving!
We want their eyes! Axe-Father's marauders!
Death! Blood!
Come on, guys. Just gut it out here.
Marauders of corn! Follow the blood!
Just got more bodies in there. Ugh, my guys are just breaking a lot sooner.
Brothers in bloodletting!
He's able to get off, and his hounds are nibbling away at me.
One of your units has been destroyed.
R.I.P., dude.
Retreating!
Dude, damn it. Alright, GG.
You have
Oh! That's painful. It's another loss, dude. Just like epic failure at every single turn with our builds today. We had fun with the Heralds, though. They actually didn't do that bad. They got their value back. Yeah, my Minotaurs were nice. His were solid. He had Exalted Bloodletters. His Fleshhounds and Furies also did pretty good. My Horseman play was just terrible again, and once more, punished really freaking hard for it. His did better, so he just won. It's kind of how the mirror goes sometimes. Well, 0-3 is a special kind of atrocious. Ugh. I'm good. I'm good on getting my ass kicked again today. What do you think won him the match? He got a really early pick on my horsemen. He killed all of my Marauder horsemen in the first couple of minutes. If I hadn't have lost all of them, then I think I would have been okay. I would have been able to support my winning engagements a little bit more. I really thought that I was going to be able to keep Scarbrand alive, but again, because his horsemen were healthier, he was able to use the throwing axes to whittle me down enough to get rid of Scarbrand. And without a leadership advantage, I think he was able to just squeeze his units out a little bit quicker than me. And I just didn't make it happen. I'll go back to the drawing board. I'm gonna have to do something to figure out how to get back into the swing of things. Because just going in blind into the tournaments has been an absolute disaster. Alright, let's get our semis and finals games going. Only got one semis and the finals. We're gonna have to we'll just make it work. Yeah, the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne are really good, but I'm not playing well enough with them to really put them through their paces the way that is needed. I've been slacking like crazy. I've been letting them get caught by stuff that's slower than them. My positioning's been kind of bad. You know, I mean, commentating on the games is just way different from actually playing in them. Who would have thought, you know? It's a lot easier to, like, diagnose other people's gameplay with the benefit of hindsight than to play in real time. Watching games back gives you much greater appreciation for just how quick this game is. Like, the games are fairly long, but the individual engagements between units can actually round out pretty quickly. Like, if you're applying your high DPS units into the right areas of the battlefield at the right time, you can mop up entire little portions of your opponent's army in, you know, 30, 40 seconds sometimes. So we got one Black Knight, we got some Skeleton Spears, we got the Königstein Stalkers for some Capweight, of course, and the double White King. This is a really tough matchup for the Tomb Kings. They are pretty awful at breaking apart the Vampire Count's armies. They can tee off, for sure, against more expensive Count's infantry. Just by using, like, Chosen of the Gods and whatnot, but if you go for a very simplistic opener, like what Nieper has gone for here, and then have a really strong Lord character, like the Strugoi Ghoul King, you can hound Chosen of the Gods and Sepulchral Stalkers and Horse Archers really hard. And you just don't give them a moment to breathe, and you can definitely control the Tomb King's ability to do damage to you by doing all of that. We've got a Vargulfin, which is really cool. Very fun unit. They are a little lackluster. They definitely struggle at times to do, they struggle a little bit at times to do damage. Because once they start getting tired, that melee attack drops like a rock. And it's a nice, solid amount at base for how cheap a Vargulf is. You know, it's just a bit of a problem. Their weapon strength is really low, which means their DPS is fairly slow as well. Charge bonus is nice, but the hunger is their passive heal in combat. It's really not that effective. It's pretty low impact. It's going to be made worse by the Sphinx of Uskef. At the very least, the nice thing about Vargulfs is that they're not weak to fire. So the Sphinx is not going to get any extra damage off on our boy here. Ooh, we got double catapults in, and we've got the Black Knights acting like they want to go for deep dive. They get hit by Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance for their troubles. They're going to have to pull back to the forest and hide.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Nice Spirit Leech. Something that you could think about doing right now, since the Sphinx and Cetra are so far forward, is rotating your Ghoul King around behind the main formation and just hovering over the Chosen of the Gods. You can just, like, fly back and forth over them, and if your opponent's trying to give attack orders onto your big monster, they're going to continue flip-flopping around. It's going to be very hard for them to actually get any damage in. Vargulf is taking a head-up fight against Cetra and the Sphinx, which it does not need to do. It is getting beat to hell. So the retreat order comes in, and it's going to pull back. And the Counts are just continuing to slowly advance up the field and onto the points. Chosen of the Gods are poking at some really low-value units, which is really awesome for the Counts. Shooting skeleton spears, yeah, they'll kill them, like, semi-efficiently in terms of ammunition used. But the value trading is going to be abominable, because skeleton spears are 325 gold, and they're just not worth shooting with such an expensive piece. Counts are slowly grabbing the number 2 objective, and the Sphinx of Uzkep is trying to get away from the Ghoul King and the Crypt Horrors. Crypt Horrors and Ghoul King would be manageable for the Sphinx in a vacuum. But with Vargulf support, with Crypt Horror support, all of them fighting together, this is a little bit too hazardous of an engagement, I would say. I don't know if I'd really want to be scrapping with all of this. Maybe if you had a Necrotect heal available, you could run for it, but otherwise I would leave it. Really nice jump from the Black Knights getting on top of the Screaming Skull Catapult. Bringing down one of the crews, the Sneaky Snakes, not in position soon enough to be able to stop them. Oh, and that's a lot of bodies. Vargeist are coming in to hammer the Chosen of the Gods and keep them from contributing to this fight. Ooh, and a Crypt Horror summon. Actually kind of genius keeping that in the back pocket. It costs an arm and a leg. This is a huge summon price point. 16 wins of magic is no joke, but a whole Crypt Horror for almost a minute and a half? You can get a lot of work done utilizing them. And they actually are locking Cetra in place. And Cetra's taking a lot of extra damage here. Damage he can very ill afford, because he's going to have a hard time healing it back up. All he's got is this Restless Dead passive in the Realm of Souls. And those are like solid heals, but they're fairly unspectacular, and I don't think it's going to put him in a good enough position to be able to survive this. That was a nice breath attack and a beautiful landing right behind Cetra to pin him back in place. Ooh, he's trying to squeak out. He's so close to escaping. Oh, but he just can't quite do it. There we go. Finally, Cetra's out. Sphinx gets a really nice jab, so he gets some extra weapon strength. It is getting low, though, which is a problem. Vargeist die, eventually, to the Chosen of the Gods just holding firm. And all the little skeleton warriors underneath kind of poking down those Vargeist, who are very flimsy, but Crypt Horrors are made of sterner stuff, and there's a zombie summon underneath the Crypt Horrors. So there's a little bit of damage buffering coming in here. Chosen of the Gods are going to have to try and pull back. Vargulf, White King, and the Corpse Carts in the right fights. Crypt Horror's overextending a little bit, arguably, here. There's a lot of horsemen here. Eyes of the Desert are here. Cetra, Sphinx, Ushabti all over the place. Chosen of the Gods line up some shots on the big boy and getting some great damage. Big bow shots. Bringing the Ghoul King down to below half health, so he's going to have to stay out of this fight for just an extra moment, I would say. He's dropping a Spirit Leech on Cetra and doing some great damage. But now being dissuaded from staying in combat here. Dire Pack piling into the back of some Skeleton Spearmen. Crypt Ghoul's doing a reasonable enough job grinding those guys down. One catapult is on the line, but not really going to contribute a tremendous amount of value. Zombies and the Skeleton Spears are just chilling on the number 1. And counts are looking to be in a nice enough position for the late game. Yeah, they're going to lose these Crypt Horrors that are out here. Chosen of the Gods are squeaking away. If they trade out evenly for these two Ushabti, though, it'll be fine. It won't be that big of a deal. And you gotta remember the Corpse Carts are healing everything up, and they're keeping it all at perfect vigor. Eyes of the Desert with a beautiful set of shots on the Ghoul King here. He drops a really nice breath attack on Cetra. Cetra's on death's bed here. Gonna be interesting to see who's gonna get the kill on the enemy's lord first. I mean, it's most likely gonna be Tomb Kings losing theirs first. School King, he's just getting away and healing up. His regeneration is going a long way with him. He's benefited pretty immensely. So, Cryptars are just giving their last little gasp here. Good value on both of them. They've just about paid for themselves, or just a tiny bit extra. Vargulf has almost 800 value. It's getting up there. And there's 2 Black Knights on the field now. Black Knights don't really have anything great to attack right now. Just keeping them moving around and capping up objectives is actually, I think, the best way to go about this right now. You've still got the White Kings. The White Kings have a couple Scab Scrates left, it looks like. Does this one have one? He's got one left. Okay. They've got an okay value. He is losing the corpse carts, though. One of them is dead. The other is close to its healing cap. It's got a little bit of a ways to go before it's completely dead and gone. And Crypt Ghouls are somehow avoiding every one of the Screaming Skull Catapult shots. It's just been whiffing everything lately. Ghoul King in the wrong neighborhood with the Sphinx of Uzkef close by, but the Vargulf is coming over to help body block. Yeah, and the Crypt Ghouls are going to get their little poison attacks in and slow it down just enough for the Ghoul King to get up above it. And Breath Attack it right on its head. God, that does a lot more damage than you would think. That has been a really high impact Death Shriek this game. Ooh, and a downtown Spirit Leech to hit Cetra. He's down to about 1,000 HP. Black Knights have been killing a lot of Skeleton Horsemen here. But they're taking some really vicious return fire from the Eyes of the Desert. Oh, but a Blood Knight with lances on the way in. A Skeleton Spear. Just a slow push. Make their way down and find out what they can get involved with. Yeah, and the Sphinx of Uzkef is going to go down here. 3,400 value on this bad boy, though. Imagine if there was a Necrotect heal for it. And the Ghoul King, man. Sitting up here at 2,900 value, looking real triumphant right now. Tomb Kings are not in a position to recap these points right now, and Cetra is still getting hammered by the Spirit Leeches. He might start crumbling here. Depending on the final couple ticks of Spirit Leech, it could get him low enough to break. He's at 349 HP. He's technically charging right now. That wears off. He's at 5 leadership right now. Barely hanging on. Struga Ghoul King will have 3,300 HP to work with, which should be enough for like one more good fight with him before he has to just give up the ghost and hang out at the back of the map. Vargulf with 1,100 has been an absolutely incredible tool this game. Here's big ugly boy. There you go. Come on, buddy. It's getting a little twitchy. It's antsy. You can see a lot of Tomb King's infantry are crumbling right now. Vampire Count's infantry, leadership is stable. Just hanging out. Yeah, I mean, Skeleton Spears are just not built for fighting. They really are one of the worst infantry in the entire game. I mean, it comes with the price point, sure. There's the odd occasion where they can get some weirdly crazy value just by sitting on top of, like, you know, light horsemen or something for an extended period. But this has been pretty rough in the late game. Blood Knights actually go down to the Eyes of the Desert, which is shocking to me. I really didn't think the Eyes of the Desert were going to win that. I didn't even bother paying attention to the fight. Thought it was a foregone conclusion, but the Eyes of the Desert emerged triumphant, and rounded it out their performance with 2,600 value. Cetra has only gotten 1,200 value. He's definitely been a weaker point for this Tomb King's army. If you're going for multiple big single entities, and one of them is just getting absolutely nothing done, that's a terrible sign for your long-term performance over the course of the game. Those big, expensive single entities have got to put in the work when you spend the money on them. And the Sphinx was equal to it, but poor Cetra was just very much not. He got pretty hard countered by the Strigo Ghoul King. He was getting breath attacked, he was getting hit by Spirit Leech like crazy. The Sphinx was putting in a lot of work, but it just couldn't kill everything. There was so much passive healing in this Count's army that the Tomb Kings were just not able to grind all the way through. And that's often the tail of the tape in this matchup, I noticed, where Tomb Kings are not like totally outclassed by the Vampire Counts, but they're just not quite suited for persevering through all the region, all the Unholy Lodestone healing, Mortis engines. If you see those, you don't really see those too often. They come in somewhat regularly. Replay casting isn't hindsight. Yeah, that's fair. It's not really hindsight per se, but yeah. Yeah, and that's exactly it. It's when you start playing the game, especially when you haven't played in a while, it's the antsiness. You get so amped up, and your attention is a little bit more divided than when you're just watching a replay and the pressure is off, so you're not sharp yet with your decision making in the moment. And that's what really separates like guys like Anticity and Danikin from the average player, is they just don't have off games. Like, they've played so much and they understand the game to such a degree, and they're so comfortable on their main factions that they can just pick up and play anything. You know? They're never really in a spot where they're pressed. They're always the ones with the benefit of the other person feeling the pressure facing off against them. So we got a basic Vampire Lord, which is wild to see. What the heck? Huh. Okay, he's got Charm Shield and Swarm of Flies, which are interesting little abilities. Rat is running a lot of Black Orcs, and Savage Orcs, and Rugloods. An Orc Shaman who's got Brain Bursta and Fist of Gork. This is the final, by the way. Nobody sent the other replay for the semifinals, other semifinals match. So we're just kind of running it here. We'll see who's able to come out on top between these two. Cairn Wraiths are a nightmare for the Greenskins. Like, Cairn Wraiths were already a solid enough unit against mobile cavalry. Like, heavy cavalry type units. Against the Greenskins, who lack magic damage outside of their caster using Fist of Gork on things. Boar Boys and Savage Orc Boys especially get absolutely crushed by these ethereals. Meeper's hanging out, waiting in the wings. He's actually got double Banshee with the Screaming Banner of all things. I mean, they are terror-causing characters, and they're not bad little fighters. They do have good stats. Especially for an ethereal unit. The big question is just whether those Banshees stick around for a majority of the game or not. Banshees are far from being the scariest like units on the field, no matter what the circumstance.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
Like, the thing with the Banshees is that even at their best, the White Kings just have better utility. Like, their Frostbite is useful, and they've got, like, you know, 320 AP damage. Strider, Fizzres, and Terror is all really nice, but that staying power is what sets the White Kings into just another, like, tier of efficacy. Because they just don't die to anything. And my worry is that the Banshees, they're going to do okay, but they're not going to stick around and provide the 3 cap weight in the same way that the White Kings would be able. Black Orcs are waddling into combat with their big axes. You can see them trundling in and getting into the engagements against the zombies, which will be, obviously, very painful for the zombies. Terrible units. They're pretty much here just to tire out the Black Orcs. We got the Karen race actually pushing into the back line. Wow, just complete overload on that side. Getting up into the Savage Orc Airboys. The Airboys are going to get killed by the Karen rates pretty quickly, because they're very vulnerable to magic damage. Because they're very reliant on that physical resistance. They're safe against Fellbats, but against the ethereal units, they just can't hang in, and they actually get terror routed, and now proper routing. Which is an even bigger issue. Orc Shaman also getting caught out by the big boy here. Vampire Lord on the Dragon is putting a beat down on the poor Shaman. Black Orcs are doing their thing, and, I mean, they're doing great. They really haven't taken much damage. The issue is that they haven't really done a lot of damage. Like, killing a zombie unit and taking as long as they have to is not really, gonna cut it. There's gonna need to be a little bit more movement here for these guys. Black Orcs get hit by Wind of Death. Not really a great target. Wind of Death is best used Overcast. And the Overcast falls off really hard against armor, so I would have just saved it. I'd have just been looking for Breath Attack on these Black Orcs here on the end of the line. You just use it, blast them a little bit with the magic, and then use the Karen Wraiths to terror route and run them off the field. Or they're ITP, so you can't terror route them, but the damage would be good enough. I think you'd probably get them to the breaking point. Banshees, Corpse Cart doing their thing. Breath Attack comes down, and it hits basically the entire formation of the Greenskins over here. Oof. Yeah, that's a juicy Breath Attack. About 500 value out of that one. Grom is fighting the Banshees, and now fighting the Vampire Lord. Ooh, and Grom gets pushed into the middle of all the fighting. There's now mass behind him and in front of him that he's going to have a hard time getting away from. On top of that, he's getting poisoned, he's tired, his speed is dropping like crazy. He's not really looking to be in a good spot to be able to withdraw. More Karen Wraiths coming out. We've got the Savage Orcs running here, and a bunch of doggos got run down by a variety of units. Devils of Schwarzhofen on the way in. The Savage Orc Boar Boys get a good charge early, but yeah, now that the charge bonus is worn off, they're going to start losing this fight really badly. If not just outright immediately, as the Devils of Schwarzhofen land on the rear of them and probably run them off the field in about half a second. Yeah, you can see the terror route goes down right as they get Fist of Gork too. That Orc Shaman, man, he got killed early and now he's back out on the field, but the 2 Fists of Gork I've seen have both been way too late. they've come in at relatively inopportune times as units are already struggling and then getting run off the field. Yeah, he's used another breath attack, but didn't get a lot of value out of it, I don't think. That's a really good breath attack target. This is a really good breath attack target. You need to also remember to give yourself a little space when using the dragon breaths. Like with a death shriek, you want to use it directly over the target. Here, though, you probably want to be positioned on the green line, firing directly into the back of these guys, or ideally up on the flank and firing down the length of that entire fight. Because it'll cleave through a lot of those units and do just ruinous damage to them. Grom is getting engaged by the Vampire Lord, takes a whack load of damage. Charm Shield comes out, old Vampire Lord. You know, taking that ward save where he can get it. Looking to finish Grom, but Grom is running back to some Boar Boys. I wouldn't land here. It's not the best idea. And get surrounded and really chewed up if you tried to do that. Zombie summon. Ooh, there we go. Now you can land. That was genius. And there's a Crypt Ghoul over here that's going to rally back. Devil's killed the Hammer of Gork, or the, you know, regular old Rock Lobber. Grom here, yeah. Smashed. Down to 200 HP. He's still alive. He's not rallying, though, anytime soon. And I would go for the finish. There's no reason not to. You get lucky and your Lord just outright kills Grom, and then you just immediately win, because everything would start running here. Only thing that might have a chance of holding would be the Swamp Things. All these black orcs and the orc biggins just not equal for the task. In fact, down goes Grom, and the Greenskin army immediately runs away, including the Swamp Things, which is brutal. This is a nice brain burster there. It actually got a lot of damage in on the Karen Wraiths, the Dire Pack, and the Skeleton Spears there.
You have been bested. There is
Overrun,
only
baby. Really nice vampire counts play. Good work with the very low quality infantry just holding the side point. I mean, they just walked down and killed a bunch of Boar Boys here, it looks like. And then just locked in, got the objective capped, and held the ground. Karen Race is some good work. Banshees, honestly not terrible. Still don't think they're all that good overall, but interesting to see them for a change. Yeah, the Karen Wraiths are all really, really solid. Like, they didn't all pay for themselves necessarily. But it took a lot of input for the Greenskins to even bring a couple down. And with the fact that they just go right back into the reinforcement pool, and they're only 850 gold, you can get them out on the field quick, dude. It's one of the really nice benefits of these undead units. So you don't have to worry about unsummoning stuff, hardly ever. Like, it usually wanders up onto the point and it either dies getting ground down in the case of, like, zombies or whatnots, or, you know, you use your Cairn Wraiths to get flanks off and they're just, like, running everything off the field. And you get to really pick and choose when and where you want to unsummon your units. In a way that a lot of other factions are just, like, desperately trying to get stuff back into the reinforcement pool. The Balefire Corpse Cart is a tech against the Sphinx. It's solid. I mean, any amount of mitigation to the fire damage is awesome. The Corpse Cart gives, what, like 20%, right? Can't remember exactly. You don't see the Balefire Corpse Cart often. But it's respectable. It's got a roll. I mean, the magic and flaming attacks is really good at the very least. And then you get the ever good, the Evergreen Vigor Mortis, which is absolutely insane. Definitely the best thing about the Corpse Carts is the perfect vigor and the stats. Like, the heal is cheeky, it's solid. It's not winning you a game, though. And I feel like Balefire might even be a little bit higher impact overall, honestly. Especially as an undead faction, being able to imbue magic attacks onto all of your cheapo infantry, I can see a lot of matchups where that would be absolutely insane. Regular Mortis engines do give magic damage and an aura around it. It doesn't give the fire resistance or flaming attacks, though. I think that's probably the real selling point. It's just dirt cheap at 500 gold. These corpse carts are really annoying, dude. Factions that are good against counts usually have reliable ways of removing corpse carts. Congratulations to Neeper, by the way. Massive dub here. Walking away with a new player tournament win is no freaking joke. It's very hard to get wins in any tournament. I just got my ass kicked 3 times in a row, so you can see the proof in the pudding for yourself. We're going to watch one more game, and then I'll be getting off. I got some other stuff to do. Need to jump on it. I gotta pack some more of my room up. So you got Grimgore and a little Orc Shaman.
I ain't talking for talking's sake. This gets him meant to be hard. So, we're gonna have a good scrap. Goddamn, lads!
Honestly, Grimgore on a map like this, not really even the worst idea. I'm a little worried seeing Azag, though, because Azag can just use the Spirit Leech to wear Grimgore down. He's got 7,000 HP, which is kind of insane for an infantry-sized character. He really needs it because he's crazy slow. Let's see what he does giving buffs to all of his guys around him. Hammer of Gork coming in, lots of archers. Good number of Savage Orcs, too. Orc Boys moving in. I got the Doomdiver Catapult. Now, Goblin Shaman has Itchy Nuisance, Curse of the Bad Moon, and Sneaky Stabbin'. Curse of the Bad Moon will be good on the Savage Orcs, actually. Does good damage to them, obviously. What are the Doomdivers going to do, though? Oh, they're going after Ruglets. That makes a lot of sense. Black Orc Big Boss on foot is chilling in the back, just hanging out. Waiting for opportunities. Looking for freebies. Hopefully somebody comes and entertains him soon. Azag is flying around up in the sky. He's got Spirit Leech and Doom and Darkness, actually. So going for leadership bombs, I guess. Yeah, and he immediately starts in on Grimgore. Grimgore's going to take some time to kill, though. You're going to need another, like, 3 or 4 Spirit Leeches at the bare minimum to get him to around half HP. Seems like the Spirit Leech also low-rolled pretty hard on that last cast. So, best of the best, you're next. Get Snick, Bloodforged Armor, Stange of Ground. Grimgore going for the full complement of buffs here. Squig Hopper's getting poked. Black Orcs and Orc Boys moving in. Kind of funny, actually, that zoomed out. The Sword and Board Black Orcs still look like they've got the great weapons from a really long distance away. And you see, it looks like they've got hockey sticks in their hands. It's pretty epic. Catapult Fire coming in. It's doing some damage to the Orc Boys. Nothing ruinous, though. Grimgore is moving in. Definitely took a little bit more damage this time from Spirit Leech. About an extra, like, 200 HP lost on them. And the Doom Divers are continuing to whittle down the Ruglets. Very accurate artillery piece. The damage per second on Doom Divers can seem a little low, but because it kills models so efficiently, it typically evens out. And he's usually pretty solid. He's having a little bit of a hard time getting last few follow-up shots, though. Missing pretty horrifically there. Grimgor is still getting lit up by this death magic of Azag. Azag is not committing himself into any fights. He also doesn't have his buffs, so not worrying about trying to use the abilities on Azag. No Saga Slashes, no Art Armor. Just nice, raw magic casting abilities for him. Ruglets down to 46 models. Savage Orc Airboy is doing some good damage, though. At the very least, able to open up finally. Wolf Riders, nothing to speak of here. Mogrovs and Mangy Marauders, though, doing some good work. The Savage Orcs are holding on. They're getting pretty worn, though. A lot of the front line for nighttime is, you know, looking flimsy. There's still a decent number of Black Orcs in here, so this could be a bit of a problem now. Nighttime is starting to look like he might be falling by the wayside, and that is a beautiful, beautiful cast of Curse of the Bad Moon. Best one I've seen all day. Look at the value that it's getting for this guy. Oh my god. It breaks the entire army here. Everything shy of the Swamp Thing's routes. And then, in the 1v1 against Grimgor, Grimgor is actually going to be able to help break their leadership with the help of his great weapon, Black Orcs here. Honestly, that's pretty incredible. Squig Hoppers helping to finish Ruglets. Getting attacked by the Broken Tusk Mob, but a Doom Diver shot comes in and takes out 4 of those guys. Putting him in the garbage, for sure. Ruglet's probably going to break from that shot. Ooh, not quite. Actually able to hang on. Ruglet's not getting 1,000 value is kind of crazy to see, though. It happens very rarely. They are so strong. Broken Tusk Mob moving in to fight the Swamp Things. Swamp Things on their home turf. Fighting in the water. You can see their aquatic trait actually giving them the buff. It's huge. 9 melee attack and 10 melee defense is no joke. Broken Tusk Mob are falling apart pretty bad here, and they get hit by Itchy Nuisance too. Just gonna make it very difficult for them to do any damage because they're losing weapon strength and melee attack in big numbers. Gnome with a value lead now. What's going on over here? Savage Orcs doing their thing. Black Orc Big Boss is getting into the scrap now. It's doing some okay damage to those Black Orcs over there. Wow, dude, the elite infantry has been really good for the Greenskins today. Time and again, it's been pivotal line holder. Fair, a lot of people have not been really geared up for, like, numbers of Black Orcs. Like, Black Orcs are one of the better infantry units in the entire game, just because they have ITP at base. And these 2 bound abilities really aren't bad either, especially a movable bulwark. Getting a huge melee defense buff for your infantry and just making it impossible for people to grind through them is massive. Azag gets hit by your next. Here's another problem with Azag, especially without buffs, is what is he gonna do here? What is he going to do that a river troll couldn't already be doing? Plus, river trolls are just more survivable. You know, Azag has no way of healing himself. He's got awful melee defense. If he's just hovering above the battlefield and casting magic, he's leaving a lot on the table for what he could otherwise be effectively doing. Finally landing to go after the little Night Goblin Shaman, but knocks him down, and then little guy gets up and is going to squeak away. Crimson Killa's going after Azag. He did get hit by a Doom Bolt, or a Doom Diver. So desperately trying to hit him here. I mean, there's no point in going after the artillery. Guess you could just, you know, force your opponent to not be able to unsummon it. But you're just getting completely rolled in the back line right now, which is unfortunate. Gnome, honestly, has shown some really good moves here today. I'm just kind of surprised he didn't end up in the top 4 with how I've been seeing him do in a lot of these games. Yeah, Nighttime trying to get Azag off the ground, but there's so many boar boys around him, and I think he's slow enough on the ground that he's just not going to be able to outpace these guys, and Ruglud's with a huge volley on him. Probably took close to 1,000 HP off of Azag with those shots. Goodness gracious. Yeah, now those boar boys are really tearing him up. Getting right through that 32 melee defense and making him wish that there was something more that he could be leaning back on right now. Well played, Gnome. Really good job. And, you know, Nighttime was in the finals game.
Unending glory is yours.
So, hey, that's a little bit of a statement win. That's one you can hang your hat on and be very happy about. Even if the tournament didn't go all your way, not getting into the top 4 or whatever. At the very least, you can kind of round it out with a really solid win here. Alright, guys. That's going to be it for me today. Thank you all for tuning in. I'll try and get us another stream soon. We'll see how it goes. Till next time, guys. Peace out. Take care.